Good evening and welcome. This is the regular meeting, Wednesday, February 13th, 2019, Morro Bay City Council. We're at the Veterans Hall. It is 6 p.m. Noting that all council members are present, I'll call the meeting to order and ask that we take a moment of silence to remember those in need that you may be concerned about. Thank you. Councilmember Davis, would you lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Chris, do we have any closed session reports, sir?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Great, and we'll move to council members' reports. Can we start with Council Member Heller?
The only announcement I want to make is I want to thank you all for coming to the meeting tonight. I know you take time out of your lives to do this, and we appreciate you coming. Thank you very much.
Council Member McPherson.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome everybody. I just have one announcement to make, and that's about what is called a benefit bash, and it's going to be held February 25th right here in the Vets Hall from 1 to 4 o'clock. And the purpose of it is to bring together a very wide group of dedicated providers who provide services for mental health, for low-income assistance, for housing, and it's a great opportunity for those in need to come and find out about all the resources that are available. So the public is welcome, and lunch and dinner will be served. So if you need more information, you can call Veterans Services at 805-781-5766. It is not just for veterans, so thank you.
Great, thank you. Sounds like a good event. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Excuse me. I spoke this morning with Chief Crochet at the Coast Guard. The President has not yet signed the continuing resolution as of 6:30 tonight. No, 5:30 tonight. But the Chief tells me that the Coast Guard personnel are in good financial condition so far. They've received all of their back pay. They will be paid again on Friday for sure, regardless of the continuing resolution. And he believes that they are in a very good position to survive whatever may happen. And as part of that, I want to recognize two of our special Morro Bay citizens, Jason and Lori Shear, for what they did during the government shutdown. Jason and Lori own the Grill Hut on Quintana, and during the government shutdown, they opened their restaurant and provided free meals any time of the day to Coast Guardsmen and their families. That's an extremely generous thing to do, and it's no surprise to anyone who knows the Shear family. So I want to thank them for stepping up and helping out our Coast Guard people. So,
thank you, and Councilmember. We'll let you clap for that. Yeah, you can wave from now on, but you can clap for that. Councilmember Addis, please.
Yes, thank you so much to the public for coming. And I do want to say that I have a statement I'm going to read tonight, and it really is not appropriate for children. For those that are watching or listening at home, you may find this statement to be offensive or triggering. And it's not my intention to affront, but to daylight my real experience as a woman in local office in 2019. So 33 days after taking office, misogynistic assaults began showing up in my email inbox, and they were sent by a local Morro Bay resident. I'm not naive or a stranger to trolls now. I've been speaking out publicly since the 2016 elections, and the Me Too and Why I Didn't Report movements are my lived experiences. During my campaign, I did face sexist criticism, but didn't let it stop me. Still, I was shocked at the gender-based aggression directed at me. Misogyny is not by far the only offensive or harmful thing about these attacks. However, misogyny is a clear aspect that must specifically be called out. When women and others take the chance to share our voices and leadership in public ways, we should be able to do so without vicious attacks. Gender-based harassment is too often the cause of women being silenced. Amnesty International found that 46% of women who had experienced online abuse or harassment said it was misogynistic and sexist in nature. And according to the American Association of University Women, even small acts of sexism can make us doubt ourselves, whether we're second-guessing a great idea, feeling self-conscious about our bodies, or receiving less pay or less respect. And so as a community, it's my belief that we have to take note and take action. The morning of my second council meeting, I awoke to these words in my inbox. You have got to be one of the most vile, despicable, hypocritical C words I have ever had the displeasure of seeing. You put yourself out as a member of the women's movement in March and are probably a member of the Me Too movement as well. The message was accompanied by a photo of myself along with a photo of the Nazi flag. After sharing this email with a colleague who contacted the individual, I received another. So you shared my very correct email and description of you with, and I've redacted the name, hoping they might defend you. What a coward you are. You don't have the ovaries to respond to me directly. After alerting the authorities and asking this man directly to stop, he sent the message below with his photo. So you would like me to stop the personal attacks against you. Well, I would like you to change your position on a city policy. That policy has been redacted. If you agree to do this, I will agree to stop any personal attacks. You need to grow a pair and put on your big girl pants. Calling law enforcement is so weak and childish of you. I learned later that this person has been posting about me for months, including saying, she appears to be an attractive woman. Maybe she can get a job as a pole dancer. And she is nothing but a crotch taco. I also learned that this person has researched my background, and I believe they know where I live. When women and other victims speak truth, it's my belief that we amplify our power. Silence and fear do not help us, and they do not help those that will be abused after us. Many of you have similar experiences and worse, and I want you to know that I see you and that you don't deserve this. So by bringing abuses to light, we build our collective capacity to end them. We enable ourselves to foster community and to lean on one another, and we create space to be honest and humane. I'm sharing my experience because silence, while easier, is no longer the answer. It is risky to speak out, but it is our willingness to take risks that will help us collectively be better. So to those of you listening tonight, no matter our stances on issues, I ask that you stand with me. And I ask that together, let's say no to all forms of hate, including misogyny. And let's instead work to find our commonalities in spite of our differences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Addis, for your vulnerability, your bravery, your willingness to expose the unjust of these kinds of attacks. I will add, personally, I've received 5 emails from the same individual over the past several months. I have not experienced the gender-based attack that Councilmember Addis has experienced. However, I have experienced in my mind the crossing over between passion to aggression and aggressive behavior, and what I consider to be hate language. I could read the 5 emails to you. They are, in my opinion, not only vulgar and full of hate and vehemence, but they misrepresent everything that this community is all about. And personally, I have zero tolerance for that kind of behavior. I'm grateful to Councilmember Addis for bringing this forward. We are a council that is concerned about civil obedience, and we are concerned greatly about how we treat one another as community members. And this, in my opinion, is not representative of what we want to be as a city. And so I thank you for daylighting this, and I thank the rest of the council for being understanding of the issue. And I just want to shout out to any individuals that feel passionate and want to exercise your First Amendment right to free speech. That is totally acceptable in this venue. But when it crosses from passion to aggression and personal attacks, that's where it ends. And thank you for understanding and allowing us the opportunity to air this. With that,
Can I add?
You certainly may, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to say that all of the council members have received the same types of letters from this individual, and I understand that he's done it with other elected officials. So, and it is something that I, of course, experienced many of the comments that Dawn did because I am also a woman, but I felt they bordered on libel. Many untrue, vile, evil statements that no one should have to read and no one should have to tolerate. The police are investigating this, and it is going to be forwarded on to the district attorney's office, so I just wanted the public to know that we are taking action to try to get it to stop. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
This kind of language and behavior is not just offensive, but it's dangerous, and we all take it very seriously. I'm sorry that it happened to Dawn. I'm sorry that it happened to Marlis. I'm sorry for anyone who is bullied. And I stand with Dawn, and I stand with all men and women who are bullied by this kind of cowardly action.
Thank you. Absolutely, Councilmember Hiller.
Just to make it clear, I stand with Don and this council and all of the civilized people who live in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. My last comment has to do with an email that I received that was actually one raising concerns about potential for Brown Act violation. I always like to respond to those. I think it's important not only for the community to be aware of those kinds of issues, but also for council to be responsible in making sure that we respond to any concerns that are raised with regard to policies and or Brown Act issues. And I'll just read my statement in response to that. The council received correspondence from Mrs. Barbara Dorr raising her concerns about comments that I made personally at the January 8th, 2019 City Council meeting related to the appointment of City Council representatives to various boards, subcommittees, and liaison assignments. And please don't mischaracterize. This was a positive email, I think constructively trying to assist in making sure that we were on track with the Brown Act. As briefly mentioned at that council meeting, I met individually with each council member concerning each of their interests for appointment to approximately 30 boards, subcommittees, and assignments. During those individual conversations, I also asked whether they had any questions about the various boards, subcommittees, and assignments entailed. I was careful not to discuss what I heard from any one council member to any other council member. that would be a violation of the Brown Act, and I know that. I spoke with the city attorney prior to any of those conversations taking place, and he emphasized that type of communication as long as I was very careful not to allow it to involve any attempt to have a quorum of council members reach any consensus or discussion on the matter of my and council appointments was consistent with the Brown Act. He also counseled such a process could be misconstrued as something more than intended. So I'll apologize if my comments made at the January 8th meeting caused such a misunderstanding. Additionally, Ms. Dorr asked for the minutes of the January 8th council meeting to be amended to include specific comments I made concerning those appointments. I'd like to note that this is not appropriate as a matter of city policy. Meeting minutes are intended to record the actions of the governing body, not specific statements made by any one member. The goal is to record points of concurrence and action taken by a majority of the council. At times, the city clerk will also list opposing points of view to provide the framework of dissenting vote. This is generally referred to as brief summary minutes. As to the council policies and procedures, the email went on to suggest that there were infractions against certain policies and procedures of the council. As to those policies and procedures, my reference to Section 6.1 regarding my appointments to those regional committees and boards was accurate, as it is the provision that deals with those appointments. Section 6.5 deals with the method for the council to appoint citizen volunteers to the various advisory bodies the city council established to provide formal opportunities for public participation in city government. And I do recognize Section 6.1 references Section 6.5. However, that reference is only relevant if the mayor were to appoint citizens to serve as supplemental alternatives to the regional committees and boards, in addition to a council member representative and alternative. Lastly, while it was true Section 6.1 does not expressly say the mayor can seek advice from the council members before making his appointments to the various regional committees and boards, it is also true that the section does not prohibit the mayor from seeking that advice. Based on that, it was accurate for my report at the January 8th meeting to say seeking that advice was consistent with the provisions of Section 6.1. Finally, the city's past and recent history of having the council ratify the mayor's appointments to the various committees and boards evidences the current and past efforts to be sure the council as a body decides whom its members would best serve on those committees and boards. If at some point there were to be a disagreement between the mayor and the majority of the council as to those appointments, then, pursuant to Section 6.1, the mayor would have the final say, but only as to the appointments to those regional committees and boards. However, the mayor's authority to do so could be modified if a majority of the council decided to take the necessary actions to amend the council policies and procedures. For those of you out there that are wondering what I'm speaking of, I won't go into detail, but I felt it important to respond to a constituent's very valid email raising concerns, because we always want to be above board with regard to transparency and how we deal with the Brown Act. So thank you for allowing me that opportunity. With that, we'll move forward, and I will look to our counselor, attorney, Chris, could you speak to the MOU issue that was raised at the last meeting? We were going to follow up on that. There were some concerns regarding the MOU being expired, and I believe you have a report on that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, there were questions raised about whether the Tri-W MOU had remained in effect, and upon review of the file, pursuant to the terms of that MOU, which was executed quite a while ago, October 25th, 2016, the city properly provided a timely notice to Tri-W in October of last year of the city's intention to exercise its option to purchase the property under discussion. As of today, the MOU terms remain in effect, and both parties are working in good faith, as required by the MOU, to complete the purchase.
Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. And our city manager, Scott Collins, is away getting educated at a city managers conference. And we have our chief financial officer, Jen Calloway, here. Jen, do you have a report for us?
I do. I have 3 items to share. First, we wanted to remind the community that starting March 12th, the council meetings will begin at 5:30. We'll be posting information about that on our website very soon. Secondly, we'd like to encourage everybody to join us in the community forums on our goals. That's scheduled for Friday, March 1st, and it's here in the Vets Hall at 4 o'clock. And you can participate online as well. If you go to our city webpage, our utility manager is going to drive through this for us. You can click on the first section under Hot Topics, and you'll get a link to our Polco community surveying tool. So you can sign up there and join in if you can't make the meeting, or even if you can. We encourage you to do that. And then lastly, an update for the council and the community. We've revised our monthly reporting section slightly on our website. So again, if you go to our homepage and you click on monthly financial reporting on the far left banner there, it used to be a listing of kind of all the AP listings. There was no really order, and it was a little confusing. So we've consolidated it and tried to make it clearer. You can now click on accounts payable check run listing. If you do that, you're going to be directed to 3 folders, 1718, 1819, and the new one is specific to the wharf. So we're going to generate all of the wharf invoices in separate batches so we can post those on our webpage for those that are not as comfortable searching through our OpenGov portal. That's easier, as you can search by vendor, and this you have to scroll through, but for those that are not comfortable doing it, this is an alternative. We just started doing that February 7th, so we will be adding to those as we have invoices. And those are all of our updates.
Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And we have with us in the audience Ms. Erica Crawford, President and CEO of our chamber, who has a presentation for us this evening. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you, Mayor Heading and Council. Good evening, and staff. I wouldn't quite call this a presentation as much as a message received this morning. Can you please come and give an update on the farmers market? So I'm just going to go ahead.
I stand corrected.
Thanks. Sorry. But I am presenting next week, or next meeting, I think, for the chamber. I think the best way to do this is to just kind of tell the story of how the chamber arrived at the decision to discontinue the weekly farmers market as a program of the chamber. It does date back. It's 2016. I started my tenure at the chamber, inherited a farmers market program, recognized pretty early on that it was sort of in need of some improvement. Some of the feedback we always have gotten is that it needs more farmers. It doesn't have, it's not really what we're looking for. It's misnamed. So we went through a rebranding exercise. We renamed it the Main Street Market, keeping it on Main Street. Around 2017, we discovered that our market was running kind of out of code for fire department code. The way that it was laid out, we had a 2011 conditional use permit from the planning department for the city that kind of had a layout that was approved at that time. That layout was not being followed and hadn't been for some time. I believe there was some business feedback on Harbor Street. There are 2 driveways, and businesses had expressed concern about blocking those driveways at the time. So the way that we inherited that funky little dip on Harbor Street, that was the reason. So we did ask fire department for a little bit more time on how to figure out how to get compliant. Maybe Matt Biera could be a good resource for that. And we had to explore a way to get 20 feet of clearance for our booths. The concern, or the unfortunate fact about running that farmers market without an institutionalized funding mechanism, such as the Downtown Association in San Luis Obispo, is that it does need to run for profit. It does need to run to pay a manager to kind of get the infrastructure going. So to think about having just one line of vendors on that one street does not a market make. We would not have been able to sustain that. So I took this back to the board, our board of directors for the chamber at the time. We explored a new footprint. We explored going straight across Main Street, across Morro Bay Boulevard. We were encouraged to close Morro Bay Boulevard or to provide crossing guards every single week, which is another labor cost. We pursued that through all the proper channels with a minor modification. Scott can get the language for me on that, on the permit that we had existing. We went through all of the steps, noticing all of the businesses, and we were told that we had to get a traffic control plan done to move that footprint forward. So we did that, and then I started noticing people crossing the streets when they were seeing me coming in the downtown, and my member relations manager was out in the field and said, I think something's up, and you need to go and talk to them. So went down to the downtown, said, what's up? And the sense from some of our members in the downtown is that the new layout was effectively closing 4 streets, but only programming 2 of them. And the preference was to actually relocate that into an L shape to go up Morro Bay Boulevard. So went back to our community development director and said, can we do it? Went back to our traffic control plan producer, Wallace Group, and said, can you do it for free? So we wound up re-noticing all of the businesses in the downtown, and we moved forward with that footprint. All of this was over the course of many months. The chamber had terminated the contract with our previous market manager, and we were running the market ourselves to really learn it. And we wanted to find a farmer to run the market, so we were able to do that. And the market, we went out, I think it debuted early August. I went door to door with notices to businesses on the Morro Bay Boulevard side to let them know that this was happening. And pretty immediately, we started to get some feedback from some businesses who were displeased with the business impact or negative impact to access to their business. We worked with them. I had a meeting with one business owner in particular, with Scott Collins, to try and work through a mobility access plan for clients. And this kind of, we really went for it. And we were rolling. The market was looking really good over the summer. We had new farmers coming in. We were pretty excited about it. But we were having persistent issues with storing our street closure equipment. And this was something that, as we were exploring the farmers market extension, we did ask city staff for, how could we work together? Is there any capacity to support closing 3 major intersections in our city every Saturday? And unfortunately, the city staff was not able to support us in closing those streets. So it was on us. So the fact that we had to continually move our equipment from private property to the other one, and it just became a very cumbersome program to run. And I, like Scott Collins, is at his city manager meeting, and I was inspired went to a Rotary yesterday, and they go to, meetings to learn about who they are and what they do. I also do that. I just graduated a 3-year, 18-class, 3-hour class program with the Western Association of Chamber Executives to learn how to run a Chamber of Commerce. We do not learn how to run a farmer's market. So, it just, all of these factors kind of led to a decision by our board of directors to discontinue this program. So where we are right now is that the permit is transferable. We've received interest from a farmers market association, from a brick and mortar business owner in the downtown, and from to assume that permit. I'll be meeting with Scott when he gets back next week, Mr. Collins, to figure out, okay, so if the board, we will do an RFP process to really make sure that this is a transparent process. The Chamber Board of Directors will be deciding to whom they'd like to transfer the permit. But we need to be working with the city to ensure that if that permit is transferred, that permit location is for the same footprint. Will that entity be able to move that forward? So I want to make sure that we're not setting something up where we give it to an entity and then they come to city and say, we're ready to go. And say, well, actually, you have to change and you have to amend the permit and get a traffic control plan and kind of move through these steps. So it's a fluid situation. That's my story. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I understand, believe me, it's hard. It was a very difficult decision to make. It was an emotionally charged decision to make. It's the rhetoric and some of the, it's been very difficult. But our community is very strong and we're here. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions or comments? I'll just make a comment. One, I did ask Erica to come tonight, and because I've gotten a lot of concerns from the community that were raised, both positive and negative, and just wanted to get the truth out. And I very much appreciate you talking about the history, going through the process and the decision making, and the fact that there will be an RFP process. Who's the primary contact for that? Would that be yourself?
Yes.
So if
for
there
now,
are
it's me.
interested parties out there that would want to run a farmer's market or has experience in that, they would contact you.
Well, yes, and we have a board meeting this upcoming Wednesday. We're actually doing our annual board retreat this Tuesday and Wednesday, and we'll be discussing. We're squeezing a board meeting into that, and so we will have the RFP sort of ready and drafted. So I would imagine we'll release that late next week. So if people have interest, they can totally get in touch now, but we will have an actual RFP for them to answer very soon.
Great. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming out tonight very much. Okay, with that, we'll move to public comment. One caveat tonight, we have one major capital improvement in the city. One of my favorite, there is a 3-minute clock. It's not for your last shot, but it's to get rid of this thing that's red, yellow, and green. And I'm not pointing at Dana, as the cause of that. But at your place at the podium, there's a 3-minute timer that will help you see. I know it's been difficult to really try to understand when 3 minutes is up, and then that thing flashes and you don't see it, and we're all going, why are they going on so long? So hopefully this will help you, but I also have the 3-minute clock staring me in the face as well. And when it gets down to about 10 seconds to go, I'd ask that you wrap it up. And so with that, I'm going to open public comment for members of the audience wishing to address the council on city business items or matters not on the agenda may do so at this time. For those that desire to speak on items that are on the agenda but are unable to stay for them, you may also address the council at this time. And there will be an opportunity, if you are staying, to address the specific agenda item at that time, so you don't need to do that now if you're going to stay. With that, there's no requirement to fill out a speaker slip, but those of you that did, I'll call you first. Anybody else that wants to come forward can do so. You can state your name or not. If you want your comments in the record, you'll need to state your name if you want them associated with you. If not, they won't appear. So with that, I'll open up public comment. Diane Cogdell first. Diane? Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor,
Yes.
did you want to do the business spot?
You know what? I do. I'm sorry, Diane. It's a good thing we have a city manager associate here. We do have a business spot today. And is Jan here? Jan is traveling. And we have our business spot. Well, there you are. Come on down. I was looking for Jan to do the introduction. My apologies.
It's okay. I can introduce myself, especially since
Hi,
I
Ginger.
know all of you already. A bit closer?
Yes.
I know you just like the sound of my voice. Good evening, Mayor Heading and City Council members. My name is Ginger D'Annunzio. Good evening, staff, and everyone here. Some of you might get a surprise in a minute. Just look up there. Thank you to the Morro Bay Chamber for inviting me to present Sandprints as the business spotlight tonight. This spring, we will celebrate our 10th year of business in Morro Bay. Kind of amazing. Time flies. We specialize in extended family portraits on the beach or anywhere in our glorious county. We prefer to shoot in the early morning or at dusk. It's so incredibly beautiful here. You can just scroll, thank you. We also offer compelling on-location business photography and photograph beloved pets and, of course, weddings. The majority of our photography is on location, but we also have a studio for more standard business portraits or newborn baby photography. My background is in photojournalism with a master's degree from the University of Montana, like is very common for people from London, which means there is a journalistic authenticity to my portraits. They are not simply stand and smile pictures, but truly tell a story, and hopefully in a dynamic way. Hello, Abby. For the past 11 years, I've also taught photography to hundreds of students at Cuesta College community programs, as well as offering private and group photography instruction at Sandprints. We moved here from London, and Sandprints is literally a dream come true. I wanted to create a boutique photo studio to offer artistic portrait photography as a treasure, not just a grip and grim tourist gimmick. This means I take the time to really get to know my clients even before the portrait session is booked. There you are, with the otters in the background. And it helps me to find out what kind of photography clients are looking for and then make it happen for them. I like to make the portrait session as lively and entertaining as possible so that the smiles are natural and effortless. I've been known to use a squeaky toy hidden in my clothing, moo like a cow, jump like a frog, anything it takes to get your attention, as you guys know. Many leave the session saying, hey, that was a really fun experience. Some of them sound a little bit surprised. After the portrait session, we meet again at the studio and go over the images carefully and talk through sizing and product options so that clients end up with a true work of art on their walls. Some pictures lend themselves more to metal prints, others to canvas or wood. We use the studio to showcase our custom photography and the gorgeous and unique array of wall art products that we sell. Taking the time to discuss the options with our clients directly ensures that they end up with exceptionally produced artwork on their walls, not just a bunch of pictures on a thumb drive. Many clients have come to think of Sandprints as a destination activity here in Morro Bay, much the same way as renting a paddleboard or playing golf. The wildflowers are bound to be extraordinary this year. Start booking us now. To get a good idea of what photographs I'm taking, follow me on Instagram or Facebook at Sandprints Photos. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ginger. And my apologies again for almost forgetting you, but I saw your hand waving, and that squeaky toy of yours is a little scary. I almost fell backwards, and you had to put that photo into the water. You can see how close we are to the water there, but thank you so much for coming, and we appreciate your service.
Thank you.
With that, I'll open up public comment, as I said earlier, with our new clock, Diane Cogdell. Diane, sorry for the wait. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to talk about the Surf Street stairs. They were approximately 80 years old, and I'm wondering why we never got any development on them like all the other stairs got throughout the years. Was it because they considered us low income? We didn't interact with the tourists, even though we were right off of a parking lot, and the tourists would filter up because that is a beautiful picture there of the Embarcadero, the harbor, the rock, and then the ocean. It's fantastic, and they've learned that, and all are out there taking selfies with it. The other thing is, we have relied on these stairs for approximately 80 years. That's more than 5. So we are asking you for your help to get our stairs back. And as I look down on the Embarcadero and the parking lot now, it's quite spread out with all kinds of stuff going on. It doesn't look neat and tidy. I have to put my trash cans back so I don't clutter up the neighborhood. Let's clean it up down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Appreciate that. Next up for public comment is Rigmore. Welcome, Rigmore.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Rigmore. I live right up the street. I usually came down here for public comments to support the City Council, feeling your decisions have been good for Morro Bay. But now when I see what you let happen at my neighborhood and to our water sites down here at the Embarcadero, I cannot help myself from coming down to voice my dissatisfaction. Yesterday was a nice sunny day, and I was watching the view right out here at the end of Surf Street, as 4 Japanese came to walk down the Surf Street stairs that you ripped out. I hear them going blah, 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 blah in Japanese, so I asked if they could speak English, and oh yes, they did. The woman went on and on about the stairs no longer being there, and then she added, and then the beautiful view gets disturbed with this, she used a word that I had to go to a neighbor to figure out, atrocious fence. Yes, I agree. Could you not have found something more aesthetic or pleasing than a stark white fence with orange candy cane stripes and 3 big yellow reflectors? I have heard complaints of a single flagpole disturbing our viewshed. Well, take a look at what that fence does to our viewshed, and then look down the hill towards the restroom at where the city has a work area. Then comes a bunch of dumpsters behind a greenish fencing. Then you walk towards a cute view of our nice Maritime Museum, and then you look into the Triangle lot, which now is a total mess with stored items and stuff. We are supposed to appreciate our nature and views. Look at what you stood for when you ran to be elected. Well, I also remember our logo some time back. Come to Morro Bay, discover your better nature. Morro Bay in Bloom, with all its volunteers, are doing so much to make our city attractive to us who live here and to our visitors. Please do not mess our city up. Thank you.
Thank you, Rigmore. Next up for public comment is Dawn Beatty. Dawn, welcome back. And Dawn, feel free to use the mic. Chris, could you possibly assist Dawn? Oh, you're great.
It's raining.
It's frightening.
It's raining. I can't use my scooter in the rain.
Welcome.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, people watching at home, Charlotte, my speech therapist, that includes you. My name is Dawn Beatty, and I live in Morro Bay. I'm speaking in support of Councilmember Addis's comments. I'm happily surprised at the level of support that comes out of our little town every time there is some kind of tragedy in our part of the world. Yet there are those that find some kind of keyboard courage to work to divide us. I saw more than my share of it during our sewer debates. Thanks to one of our Morro Bay citizens, many of us on these internet threads that got a little too nasty came together in person to enjoy a picnic and got to know each other face to face. I believe it helped to diffuse some of the nastiness. Unfortunately, some, like the writer Councilwoman Addis prefer to hide behind the keyboard to spew ugliness. I've never understood why some people feel the way they were born gives them the right and superiority to mock others who are born different. We, as a people, need to continue to speak out against this harassment. Let's let these voices know how ugly we find them. Then and only then will we begin to silence them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dawn, and welcome back. That I have Jen Ford. Welcome, Jen. See you in the back there.
Good evening, Mayor Heading and fellow council members. I'm here this evening to address what I believe to be a very important issue. I'm a firm believer in the idea that change on a global level begins in our local community, which includes our actions and our words. As many of you know, I'm a huge advocate of civil liberties, which include freedom of speech. However, I draw a line when it crosses over to hate speech and personal threats. I say this because I've become aware of a disturbing series of letters and social media posts attacking Councilmember Addis. I say disturbing not just because of the ferocity and vulgarity of these letters, but also the gender-specific language used to berate her. I'm standing here as a citizen of Morro Bay, asking my fellow constituents to take a moment and reflect how real change is made in our city. Our city council is comprised of our neighbors, friends, and family. Yes, they took on the mantle of public service to help our community, and even though we give them the titles of leaders, they are also still human beings who deserve the same respect we ask for ourselves. Whenever we disagree with those we have elected, it's important to stand up and allow our opinions to be heard, but always with civility in mind. As a teacher of preschoolers, I remind my young students on a regular basis that when you are angry with someone, use your words, but use them respectfully. Otherwise, your point becomes lost. I also request that our Morro Bay Police Department, city staff, and our city attorney take all levels of harassment seriously. Sometimes we don't get a second chance to act. Please take all harassment for our citizens and council seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Next up for public comment is John Weiss. Welcome, John.
Thank you. And I was not aware of the disparaging remarks that are being made towards Don, and I echo the last comments that there's no place for being uncivil. My name is John Weiss. I'm the owner of a business in Morro Bay for over 40 years and over 30 years on Quintana Road, a resident of Morro Bay. I'm deeply concerned and disappointed about the location and cost of our current sewer project, which is no secret, especially the routing of the pipelines along Quintana Road from Highway 41 to South Bay Boulevard. It feels like the project has divided the town with so many opposed to the projects and so many wanting anything as long as we don't replicate Los Osos, which many of us have lived through, and I can understand that. Sadly, we have alienated Cayucas, which has wisely decided to build their own project with 42% of the users, and that yet are only spending 18% to build their sewer project. I know that there are differences between them. Their current direction for the sewer project pipeline will be devastating to the 80 business owners on Quintana Road and hundreds of employees. There are many reasonable options with millions less costly and a better timetable. I urge that we find a more reasonable piping route pipeline. Let's work together with constructive solutions that make sense for both residents and businesses. Thank you, and have a great meeting.
Thanks, John. I appreciate that. I have no more speaker slips, but certainly want to keep it open for public comment. Come on forward. If you feel so inclined, please state your name. If not, not a problem.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi. My name's Malcolm, and I'm a resident of Morro Bay, and I'm here to speak in favor of Don Addis and to speak against those abusive emails. One thing I'd like to say, any of you who've come out here to speak, it's scary, isn't it, right? Right? You've come out, it's scary. We were talking to people, but it's scary.
Trying to make it easier for you to feel comfortable.
But it's always a little scary to speak up in public. And what the effect of those type of emails, those abusive communications, they add fear to people about speaking up. And what happens then is fewer people speak up, or they speak up less often. And so what's really at stake is democracy, because we need to talk to each other. And so I echo all of the other comments about these. And this sort of behavior is very serious, and we need to find a way to make less of it so that people feel better about talking, because, as the last speaker mentioned, we have some serious problems what we need to have real conversations about, and everyone needs to be able to feel free to talk about them. So that's really democracy, not just, we understand the abusive nature of that, but that's one of the things that concerns me. Quickly, some other items that I'd like to talk about. You're going to talk about the marijuana or the cannabis tax, and I don't know the status of it all. I just want to make sure that whatever decisions you come up with, that it encourages cannabis sales for both medical and recreational use here in the city. Another item I'd like to bring to your attention is there's that pipeline they're going to revamp that goes down to Refugio that spilled oil many years ago. I'd like to see the city take a stand against that, because that marine resource out there, we don't want it fouled up with oil. So that's another topic I'd like to bring to your attention today.
Malcolm, what pipeline was that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
What's the name of that thing? What is it? It's the Horizon. What is it? It's been in the New Times.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, and I'd like to see the city take a stand against that, and at some future meeting, perhaps.
The one that's leaking, yeah.
Well, it leaked in the past. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not as informed as I could be.
Got it.
I think it's I think it might be the All Plains.
All Plains. That sounds right.
Plains All American.
Great.
Anyway,
Thank you.
Because I won't have time to stick around for the rest of the meeting, I know you're going to be talking about something about giving out city grants and things like that. And I know sometimes cities give preferential treatment to different populations. Maybe it might be women businesses or minorities or something like that. If you want to give some extra points to return Peace Corps volunteers, that would send a good message that you guys support the peacemakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Public comment is still open. If you feel so inclined, state your name. If not, don't. Welcome.
Hi, my name's David Nelson.
Welcome, David.
President here in Morro Bay. And I'm here tonight to, we're talking about all this discord. Well, my problem is, I see major flaws in what we're building. You people decided to refund another $9 million to check this conveyance system that, from what I read, is going to cost $30 million. Now, I like to be civil, but, I come here and I bring up things and they disappear. It's like, we don't want to be like Los Osos was brought up by a council person. Well, has anybody talked to the water board about how close this sewer plant is to the estuary? Just in the New Bay News, we have a consultant telling us that the estuary is one of our most valuable assets. And we're going to build a sewer plant, which I might add, one just dumped 13,000 gallons of sewage locally here. And that's what we're building. We're building a sewer plant that's going to leak. Now, Los Osos, as you know, ended up out in the valley. Now, they did that because they were close to the estuary. And I guarantee you that I'll be one of the people on the front line at the water board, as I was with the power plant, demanding they not let us put it there. This is just dumb. When you know that something's going to happen, and we're going to spend $9 million for a conveyance system to a lot that is so close to the estuary that you're going to be in trouble. And I'll guarantee you that. I know that our people have talked to the water board, but the water board can't give us advice. It's not their job. So you better understand that that is a fatal flaw and that it's going to be brought up, because right past Highway 1, just across Quintana on the corner, is the estuary. Pace it off and figure out how much it is. Nobody's even brought it up, but I'm bringing it up now, and I'd like it to be part of the record. And like I say, you're calling this a water reclamation plan again. 3 months ago, it was a sewer plant, and it was going to be $67 million. Now we're back up to $127 million, and there's a 30% overrun clause in your contract. Do the math. We're back up to $167 million. Plus, we don't know that we can put the million gallons of water a day in that Morro Valley. I hope you all read Larry Truesdale's opinion on this. Larry Truesdale is one of the more intelligent people in this town. Just look him up. This man has degrees.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Still open for public comment for items not on the agenda or on the agenda if you can't stay. If you feel so inclined, state your name. If not, not a problem. Welcome.
I'm Teddy Levette. I live in Morro Bay.
Hi, Teddy.
I have to stay. I'm actually trapped. I don't drive at night anymore. Thanks to Dawn, I'm here. But she's staying for the whole meeting. I'll have to, even though I'd like to go home and call my daughter who just moved to New Zealand. Thank you so much, Dawn, for being vulnerable and transparent about the situation. I'm here for you. It just makes me so sad. So sad. Why? The risk of running for any kind of public office is pretty high anymore. And thank you, Marlis, for speaking up, and John, too, for any of you that have experienced any harassment of any kind. I'm sad about it. What's being done? I missed that part. Are the police actively engaging in this process? This person is not out there at loose?
I can't comment on that. I'll just
You
go
can't?
ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, well, that's all I really have to say. I'm just here to support Don and anyone who has received that kind of harassment. And thank you for your service, all of you.
Thank you, Teddy, for coming out tonight. Appreciate it. Public comment is still open. Welcome. If you feel so inclined, state your name. If not, not a problem.
Oh, okay. My name is Linda Merrill, and I thank all of you for all of your efforts in making Morro Bay a better place in which to live. I agree with those who have condemned the hateful words aimed at Councilmember Addis. This is not okay, and Don, I know you know this isn't who we are in this community. And I hope that we can definitely do something about the one person. I hope it's just one person who has said these things to you. We do appreciate you very much, and thank you for being on our council. I want to thank you all for your efforts on our new wharf. I know that you have taken so much abuse about carrying on with what I think is going to be a fine project. I think we're all going to be able to afford this, and that as you go along, that you don't waver in your efforts to make this the best possible project that we can have for all of everyone in our country, in our city. I want to say one little concern I have, and that is about the fee schedules that we have in our city. We have a delightful stage play group in our community now, and I understand that they can't afford to pay to use the stage that you all are sitting on tonight. And I would like to have someone look into that. You know, I think for like 30 years I've been complaining about this, so anyone in the audience who's been around knows that I think that we should be able to afford our facilities. I think we should be able to have a little group of sewing women or someone like that can afford to use the community center. You know, I think our seniors should be able to have exercise groups without having to pay a lot of money to just, do their exercises in the mornings. So I would like to have whoever's doing the management partners kind of work. I know it's a new group, but I hope that whoever is overseeing that will give some thought into we're a small community, we aren't a rich group, and we really do need to be able to afford our facilities. So if you could look into that, I'd really appreciate it. Have a great evening. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Linda. Public comment is still open. If you feel so inclined, state your name. If not, not a problem.
Not afraid to state my name. Susan Stewart.
Welcome, Susan.
I own a business on Morro Bay Boulevard, and I've been a resident for over 30 years. Lots of interesting comments tonight, and again, for all of you who are volunteering to listen to us and to guide our town, I'm very sorry for the ugliness that, again, as somebody said, hopefully it was just one person, but hopefully that's taken care of. I wanted to speak a little bit to the market, the farmers market. I really understand the reasons for the changes that the Chamber Board felt they had to do. But I also want to say that having been, before I had a business, a shopper at that market because I worked a Monday through Friday job and couldn't go to the weekday farmers markets. I loved that one, especially when it had more farmers for Saturday afternoon. As a business there now, I've certainly seen it go through many changes and incarnations and challenges. And I personally was a little dubious about the changes, the latest ones. Really loved it. I did like that L shape coming around the corner, loved the closed street, the festive atmosphere. I did feel like it brought more people into that part of town. And certainly into my business, both locals and visitors. And in the last 2 weeks, I've had people come in asking about it. Where is it? When is it happening? I was in San Luis Obispo today and ran into somebody who said, "What happened to the market? Where is it going to?" So I'm hopeful that it can find a new manager for it. I'm going to throw out a really radical idea. Consider having the rec department run it. It does sort of fall under the economic development category, the whole idea of bringing traffic from the waterfront up to that part of town. There are ways to make that connection with signage and lights. And so I would consider that. You know, is it something the city could do? Another thing I wanted to touch on, Teddy, I can bring you home if you want. And also with the Surf Street stairs, that was kind of a sad and shocking thing, but I really understand safety issues and the concern for the public. I'm also a member of the Morro Bay Historical Society, and we are looking at developing a historic preservation ordinance. If that were in place and we had identified districts and features, there may have been other ways to deal with that, you know, maybe walling it off in terms of until it's safe. You know, you can't be on it, but at least it wouldn't be totally gone, because it was kind of a historic feature. I think it was probably built during World War II as part of the amphibious training base. And I will leave now because it's beeping at me.
Beep, yes. Thank you, Susan. Public comment is still open. Any members of the public that would like to speak? Welcome back. Erica.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of event announcements. The Chamber, as I mentioned, I think to some of you, we have a government affairs committee that's just been populated. Great business community leaders on that committee. We are working our gap scores is sort of how I'm looking at that. We did a membership survey and discovered that our members had expectations of how the Chamber was interacting with government, and we were not meeting those expectations. So we are now going to be working that. We're taking this opportunity before your goals and objectives setting that it's to occur on March 1st. So the Chamber will be hosting a happy hour at the Inn at Morro Bay from 5 to 7. It's an informed happy hour. Topical kind of stations that we can explore some of the items that are important to the business community. We're trying to keep it fun, and we're calling it the Squeaky Wheel Happy Hour. So you are more than welcome to come. I encourage you to. I hope that some city staff might be manning some of those stations for information so we can really get deep on some of the issues. And part of our 4MB contract with the city, we do workshops every month. Our next workshop for business education, we're calling it the Training to Succeed series, is on 2/27. It's hosted by SCORE. It's on bookkeeping for small business, sort of daylighting your shoebox. It's okay to have a shoebox, but maybe we can have a little bit more order. And then on March 6th, we'll be doing an Access to Capital workshop with the MCSC Women's Business Center. Thank you.
The timing on those, 227 and 36?
221 is 5-7. That's the Squeaky Wheel. The workshop is 227, 4 to 6 at the golf course. And then the 3-6, I just got the flyer today, and it's at the Inn at Morro Bay, and I believe it's like a lunchtime, but we'll have it all on our website.
Great.
Thank you.
We'll look at your website. Thank you. Public comment is still open for... Come forward, sir. State your name if you so desire. If not, not a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Marcus Jackson.
Welcome, Marcus.
I don't have a prepared statement. I'm just going to speak from the heart, and I'll try to keep it brief because it's an issue that's it's a little bit emotionally charged for me. But in short, I just wanted to thank you for your service to the community, even if the comments that were referenced earlier weren't directed, at my wife and the mother of my children. I'd like to think that I'd still be here to just thank you for your public service and, wholeheartedly encourage members of the community to participate in public discourse, but certainly, the kind of hateful, misogynistic, hate rhetoric that's been directed at all of you at various times. Councilmember Addis in particular that we've referenced, I love you, I respect you, and I thank you for having the courage to daylight, what's going on, because it's not acceptable. And just briefly say thanks to everyone who spoke in support, and just implore members of the community to just kind of, keep it a level of decorum, a little bit of respect. I don't think it's too much to ask, and so thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate that. Public comment is still open. Any going once? Going twice? And thank you for your public comment. I took some notes here, go back and try to respond. Rob, just possibly an update on the Surf Street stair issue again, but especially I'm trying to find the word, was it appalling or was it abysmal or was it the fence issue as well? Atrocious, yes, atrocious. I was looking for my note here on that.
We did some repairs to the barricade at the top, the end of street barricade, and put some...
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
City staff did some repairs to the barricade at the top of the Surf Street stairs. Believe they painted it and put some diamond-shaped reflected markers, which would designate the end of a street in accordance with our traffic regulations. Those need to be there. The Surf Street stairs, again, were removed because of their condition. The foundations were rotting, the treads were loose. We were advised by our risk manager and our insurance provider that those needed to be removed immediately. To put them back is an extensive project because it's not only providing access to those folks that can walk up and down stairs, we need to provide access to those that can't walk up and down stairs. So it will require installing some retaining walls and basically a switched back sidewalk down that slope. Not an inexpensive proposition.
In the temporary barrier, temporary, long-term, just...
The barrier at the end of the street, that'll be there until Surf Street goes down the slope. I doubt if that will ever happen. I believe our crews completed installing a fence at the bottom. That'll remain there until the vegetation is reestablished there. Folks have tried to trailblaze up the slope there, which removes the erosion control that we installed there after removal of the stairs. So once that vegetation is reestablished, likely remove those. That fence won't be needed there because it won't be an erosion issue.
Okay, thank you. Also, Mr. Nelson's comment about the sewer plant, WRF facility being too close to the estuary. Did we talk to the State Water Board? Quote unquote, the plant is going to leak, etc. Maybe comments regarding those issues yourself or?
We have spoke to the Water Board regarding the plant location. They are as supportive as staff can be from a board that is made up of elected and appointed officials. So they are helping us work through those issues. The plant will have provisions to should a spill happen on site so that it's contained. The facility is located after going through a rigorous process of site selection. It was the selected site, and we're proceeding with that project. Let me look at my notes real quick. I think Mr. Nelson should listen to the presentation regarding so we get the costs right. The conveyance system is likely not a $30 million project. Should we go with the recommended option?
He indicated the price tag of the WRF project has gone from 67 to 127 with a 30% overrun. Maybe you could clarify that.
$126 million is what we estimate the project could cost if we were to use all the contingencies. Should we not need to use all those contingencies, and we're planning on that, the price tag will be less and the rates will be adjusted down accordingly.
But the 67 is really the construction of the...
The $67 million is construction of the on-site or facilities. There's two additional components to that. There's the conveyance system and pump station, and then also the injection system.
Which brings the total, along with capital improvements,
to
$126 million. Right. Thank you for that. Comment by, let's see, on the fee schedules by Ms. Levette regarding the theater group, and I'm not sure which one, but the fee schedule and looking at that. Jen, maybe just a general comment about what we're doing with that and some of our programs that we have.
Sure. We do have a fee consultant on board now conducting a study. We bring back our fee schedule to update annually. That'll be in the second meeting in March typically. So council will have that discussion soon. You can see what we are proposing to charge fees for facility use and have a conversation around that if we wish to subsidize or not. They typically range from, I think, $36-ish an hour to $80 an hour, depending on the facility.
Thank you.
Could I add to that?
You certainly can.
We also have agendized a discussion of the partnership policy, which would specifically deal with issues of nonprofit groups that might benefit the community and how we might subsidize some of their fees. So that will also happen next year.
Thank you. Then Susan, thank you. Susan Stewart, thank you for your comments on Farmers Market, not a city program. However, recognizing that the Chamber is our partner, that the city is engaging at a number of levels with the board and with Erica on looking at the future of that. And so we'll be involved and look forward to an ongoing conversation regarding that. And with that, did I miss anything?
Could I make a...
Certainly.
Something
Absolutely.
about the stairs?
Yeah, you can.
Just we've heard a lot of concern about the stairs, and if the public wants to hear about competing priorities, city goals, budget matters, it seems like the workshop on March 1st.
March
At
1st.
4 p.m. Right here at the Vets Hall would be a good place to come and share your thinking about what the city should be spending money on and kinds of projects that we should be prioritizing. And I think that was not quite $1 million project, but pretty close to it. And so that would be a good time for people to hear what other things that $1 million might be used for.
Thank you for that reminder, and also the online survey that you mentioned earlier that you could also give input on with regard to that as well. We good? Catch anything else? Okay. Thank you all for public comment. With that, I'll move it back to the consent agenda. Any items to pull from the consent agenda? Not. I will take a motion for approval.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McPherson, second by Councilmember Davis to approve, and a roll call vote, please.
Oh, I think, do we have public comment on the...
I already did.
On the consent agenda?
Yes, but you want to come forward, absolutely.
My name is Nancy Bast. I'm a
Welcome, Nancy.
Morro Bay resident. I'm sorry I didn't hear you say, ask for comments on the consent calendar. I'd like to talk about A4. And Mayor Heading has said while in Washington, D.C., he will be lobbying officials for the WIFIA loan. He also intends to speak with officials about the Ocean Wind Power Project and about earmarks to clean up the power plant property. My concern is that the precious funds in the water sewer accounts will pay for these other city interests. I am opposed to payments made by ratepayers for their water and sewer bills to be used for any efforts not exclusively for the purpose of the new WRF. We're also sending to DC at that time with the mayor 3 city employees, the city manager, the public works director, and the harbor director, plus the Corolla project manager, who is a contract consultant, not a city employee. In addition to these 5 persons, we pay a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. $50,000 a year to lobby for our WRF. It was only 2 months ago that the council approved an amendment to Corolla's contract for $1.6 million more. I strongly oppose the city's water and sewer ratepayers paying for any expenses of the Corolla's project manager's trip to Washington, D.C. It should be the consultant's responsibility to pay his own expenses. Please tell me that the ratepayers will not be paying for his trip. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Very much appreciated. I'll pull A4, although that's a little beyond what A4 really is. It was a response to a Brown Act violation, so I'll speak to the city attorney and ask you to address the A4 issue. Then I'll bring it back to council and try to address your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on item A4, the city was in receipt of a letter from a member of the public that was alleging a Brown Act violation occurred at the January 8th meeting. And the substance of the allegations were that there was not a properly agendized action that the council took insofar as the wharf manager was being sent. As the letter explains, there's nothing I'm going to say here that isn't in the letter. That's in the agenda packet. But the actual subject of the agenda item on that night was authorization for attendance at the CMB annual Washington, D.C. Washington Week meetings and for supportive funding for the water reclamation facility. The council did discuss who would attend, and then they provided authorization. It was a proper agenda title. As for once the mayor is already in Washington, D.C., and he has his tasks that the council has authorized, if he chooses on his extra time to not go see monuments but to engage in city business and to actually lobby for city interests, that's being a good mayor, and any action that needs to be taken on any possible contracts, loans, agreements, of course that would require council action, and that would be brought back to the city council for discussion and approval.
Thank you. And Ms. Callaway, could you possibly speak to the funding for the individuals that would be on the trip and what fund that comes from?
Sure. So the harbor director in attending in his role is typically paid for by a grant. Should the grant not be received, it would come from the harbor fund. Those that are going on behalf of the wharf would be charged to the water and sewer fund through that capital project. The project manager is part of that project. While we may not pay directly for him, it would likely come through an invoicing from Corolla, and that would be the normal expectation and something we would expect to see.
And would you anticipate any increase in rates as a result of this trip?
No, this would all be included in what we perceive to be the budget cost for the project.
Thank you. With that, since I pulled A4, I'll move approval of A4.
I'd like to make a comment.
Absolutely.
So the Brown Act, this is a specific example of Brown Act issues that we have on a routine basis. And I've talked with our city attorney about this issue as well as our city manager. And I have a feeling that we can do a better job from the agenda side of things so that the subject line is clear about what's going to be discussed and addressed in the meeting. And I think a lot of the Brown Act issues that come at us from the public are that first paragraph are not clear, and somehow the council varies from that topic and approves items that the public would prefer being here and discussed. And that's really the gist of it, I think, 90% of the Brown Act issues. So my thought at this point, and in talking with the city attorney about it, and Mr. Collins, our city manager as well, that I'd like to sit down sometime in the next week or two with those two and our city clerk as well, and talk about how we can tune up the agenda so there's less ambiguity and the subjects are very clear And we're looking for samples from the public. If you know of a city where you really like the way they do their staff reports, please send them to us. And I think maybe we can reach a middle ground here so that we don't have Brown Act claims at every meeting, which is just an unfortunate situation that I think we can remedy. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not, I'll move approval of A4.
Second.
And roll call vote.
So I believe we have two motions on the table. Is that correct?
Sorry?
We have a motion on the table to approve the consent agenda.
I'll withdraw that. Or
I'll withdraw that motion.
Okay.
Great.
And
Roy,
Councilmember
second.
Davis would withdraw the second?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I'll move approval of A4.
Second.
Further discussion? Roll call vote.
Mayor Heading?
Yes?
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
And the motion carries 5-0.
And I'll take a motion for the remainder of the consent agenda.
I will move that we approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Second.
Councilmember McPherson first and Councilmember Davis second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great. That takes us to item number C1, approval of the water reclamation facility project conveyance, pipeline alignment, and pump station strategy. I'll turn it over to staff for presentation. Rob, Eric, or whomever.
And we'll just go with Eric. I think the presentation is not queued up.
Not queued up.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Mayor, Council, Eric Caceres, the WRF Program Manager. Thank you for having me here tonight to present on item C1, which we'll be talking about approval of the WRF project conveyance, pipeline alignment, and pump station strategy. I prepared a brief presentation. We're really here to ask the council to take action to approve staff's recommendation to proceed with what we call the West Conveyance Pipeline Alignment and the use of the dual pump station option for the water reclamation facility project. So as you may remember, at the council meeting on January 22nd, we made a presentation discussing our recommendation for the conveyance facilities for the WRF project. We gave a status update and asked for comment at that time. The recommendation coming out of that meeting was for the west alignment and for the dual pump station option. So I'll go over at a high level a summary of what was presented at those meetings. The presentations for the January 22nd meeting, as well as the WRF CAC meeting that was held on December 17th, were also included in the staff report. Just a brief breakdown of some of the key milestones as it relates to the conceptual design activities for the conveyance facilities. So we've been working on this project in earnest from about November 2017 when the city selected the design engineer, waterworks engineers to design the conveyance facilities, the pipelines and pump stations for the WRF project. Myself, Carollo Engineers was brought on board around April, May of this past year onto the project team, and immediately upon our arrival, we had a number of design meetings with waterworks engineers to get up to speed on kind of the latest on the design of the pump stations and the pipelines. Those meetings were held in the spring of 2018. As you remember, we went into a lot of work with a revamp of the project budget and working with the city manager appointed Blue Ribbon Commission, which ultimately culminated in the report that was developed by them on June 21st. In order to develop the budget, the $126 million revised budget that was the basis of the Prop 218 process, we had to make some assumptions about the conveyance facilities. And based on the information that we had at that time, we were looking to deliver the most cost-effective project for the city. And we used the west alignment and the dual pump station option as the basis for the cost in that report. and as a basis of the work that was performed by Bartle Wells. Fast forward a little bit, we've done a lot of analysis since then. Waterworks has done a lot of analysis, and we've done a lot of review of that work, and that culminated in a meeting with WRF-CAC on, as I mentioned, December 17th of this past year, which presented the findings regarding the different alignments and the different pump station options. We followed that up with a council meeting on January 22nd, and then have been asked to come back here tonight to ask council to take action in terms of the selection of the alignment and the pump station strategy. This graphic here shows the different alignments that were evaluated by Waterworks. Again, I'm glossing over a lot of the details here because of time and because this information has been presented previously. But this shows the 5 different alignments that were evaluated. The 2 alignments on the west side of the Highway 1 that you'll see there in orange and in green, the west and Embarcadero alignments. And then 3 separate alignments on the east side of the highway there, a combination of different trenchless technology, so a boring, and then conventional technologies. Ultimately, again, the west alignment was recommended. This graphic here is just to show a little bit clearer picture of that west alignment and where that runs. Starts at near the existing wastewater treatment plant at the proposed what we call Pump Station A location, which is in the city's courtyard, runs east in Atascadero Road and then south in Caltrans right-of-way in the ramp there, crosses Morrow Creek, down the bike path through to Main Street and then down Quintana to South Bay Boulevard, and then over to the South Bay Boulevard site, the site of the new wharf. It's important to note that the analysis is presented, that's been presented at previous meetings and is detailed in the conceptual design report that you're going to receive here shortly from Waterworks engineers. While we started with 5 initial pipeline options, we quickly whittled that down to 2, and the pipeline alignments along the east side were fatally flawed. So for primarily 3 separate reasons, these different options were not carried forward. First, the east alignment, the open cut alignment. We're going to talk a little bit about cost here in a second. That's an alternative that we couldn't even put cost to because it's not physically possible to accomplish. There is no way to run completely on the east side of the highway because of the issues with the Morrow Creek crossing on the east side of the highway. That alignment was fatally flawed for 3 particular reasons. One is hydraulics, the other is environmental permitting, and then constructability. As I mentioned, not only is this would be difficult to construct, it's virtually impossible to be able to cross the creek there on the east side of the highway. In response to that option being completely infeasible, we looked at a hybrid east-west option where we go along the west side of the highway for a certain point, and then once we cross Morrow Creek, we jog over to get on the east side of the highway. That alternative was fatally flawed due to constructability issues. And then we've got 2 other alternatives that we looked at, the Hills Creek and the Hills Radcliffe options. Again, these all had issues with hydraulics, constructability, and environmental/permitting issues. We can go into more details with those if you have questions. We developed detailed cost estimates, as I mentioned, for the 2 alignments on the west side of the highway. Those 2 alignments are the west alignment and Embarcadero alignment. The slide, which Joe is pulling up here shortly, has a summary of kind of the qualitative analysis that was completed on those 2 alignments. So taking aside economics, these 2 alignments were scored against each other or ranked against each other in terms of different aspects. Thanks, Joe. Some of the key ones there are hydraulics. A few that are of particular note are cultural resources. There was some additional cultural resources sites that were problematic for the Embarcadero alignment. Constructability is one to highlight that the Embarcadero alignment was actually favorable for. But at the end of the day, the qualitative analysis is in favor of the west alignment. And then the cost there is at the bottom. And the Embarcadero alignment is roughly $2.5 million more to construct in terms of capital cost. depending on the IPR alternative, that cost can vary slightly, whether it's to the west or the east of the highway. So as I mentioned, we performed a cost comparison for all the alignments, and I want to note, for full transparency here, as you will read in the report that's forthcoming, there was a lot of detail that was put forth for the West and Embarcadero alignments, as those were the alignments that were deemed the viable alignments to move forward. And you can see the cost estimates there. The West alignment is approximately $13 million. The Embarcadero alignment is about $2.5 million more than that. And then you'll see we developed conceptual level cost estimates for the three fatally flawed deemed they could be completed, but they had significant issues for the east-west alignment, the Hills-Radcliffe and the Hills Creek alignments, and you can see the escalation in costs that we would anticipate if we were to go forth with those options. Again, the alignment alternative that was put forth in the Blue Ribbon Commission report and was the basis of the city's current $126 million budget is the west alignment. So you can see the delta in costs there. I'm going to shift gears here and talk a little bit about the dual pump station option. So that was some of the high-level information on the alignment selection. We want to talk a little bit about this dual pump station option as well. So the original concept was the construction of a single large pump station near the existing wastewater treatment plant that would take the raw sewage from the whole city. It would travel to that location, and then it would be pumped to the new site at South Bay Boulevard. In working with Waterworks and working closely with staff, came up with a bit of a hybrid option to use two pump stations. So rather than bringing all of the city's sewage across to kind of the central part of the city near the existing wastewater treatment plant, the PSA, or the primary pump station that we've always been talking about that would be located near the existing wastewater treatment plant, would take the sewage from the northern part of the city, and a large portion of the remaining part of the city would be would flow by gravity to pump station B. One of the benefits of utilizing this alternative is that the city is able to utilize more of its existing infrastructure. So in this alternative, lift station 2 and lift station 3 would continue to be utilized. Those are pump stations that the city has already invested a good amount of capital dollars in. In addition to those benefits, I did want to highlight a couple of other benefits that we looked at when doing the analysis that are identified in this table here. I think a big one is we know that we're going to continue to need some facilities down in the coastal zone to be able to make this project function. We have to be able to get the wastewater, which all naturally flows by gravity to the city's existing wastewater treatment plant site up to the South Bay Boulevard site. One of the benefits of this dual pump station option, while we'll still have a pump station that's going to be located down there at the city's courtyard, we do minimize the size of that pump station and minimize the amount of sewage that pump station has to convey. One of the things that I didn't note here, the O&M costs are roughly the same for these two different alternatives, and one of the benefits of the dual pump station alternative is that there is a significant capital cost savings with going with the dual pump station. So there at the bottom you can see the project cost for the pump station. The single pump station is about $11 million and about $8.4 million for two pump stations. Again, we've talked about this. It's a bit counterintuitive. How can you have two pump stations that are going to be less costly than a single large pump station? Again, I can get into details with that. It's the method of construction. It's the difficulty of constructing things down there in the coastal zone where we're planning to locate the pump station A. So that's the reason why this option is less costly. This is a summary of the recommended project. Here you can see the preferred alignment here, the west alignment in black. The two pump stations there, the red dots there, PSA and PSB, the tie-in from the lift station 2 and lift station 3. And then it's hard to see here, but the dotted black lines that should say west IPR and east IPR show the alignments of the potable reuse piping that would go to each one of those potable reuse locations. Again, we're in the process of identifying which of those is the best for the city to do the injection. And then over here to the right, we have a kind of a conceptual layout of what our trench detail will look like. we've been working with the Division of Drinking Water to make sure that we have a method of construction and a trench that will work with for their requirements. And so this shows the two green force mains in a single trench with the brine or wet weather line that will take treated wastewater during periods when either the city's not producing IPR water or when there's excess wet weather. That'll go down to the existing outfall. And then we have the IPR in its own trench, a lagging trench. Again, that's a requirement from DDW. And we have a communication conduit that we're going to also be running in that trench to connect the pump stations and the wharf site. Again, we're asking council to take action in approving staff's recommendation to proceed with the West Conveyance pipeline alignment and the use of the dual pump station option for the wharf project. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate the presentation. We did receive a very detailed presentation at the last meeting, agendized this to weigh in on the conveyance pipeline alignment. With that, I will open it up for council questions.
I have questions.
Okay. Marlis, thank you.
I'll start. And I really appreciate this very clear summary of the lengthy discussion that we had at the last meeting. So just a few questions. Could you, and maybe this is a question for Rob, could you first clarify how you plan to mitigate the impacts to the Quintana businesses during construction?
First, I don't want to make light of the impacts to the alignment. There will be impacts to not only the businesses, but residents that use that to get across town. So with any construction project, there are impacts, whether it be a paving project or a utility repair project or construction of these new lines. There are impacts to those folks, and everybody has experienced those, and nobody likes them. The details for traffic control plans will come with the 60% design submittals. We need to move forward at this point to authorize some detailed survey work and geotechnical evaluations and some exploratory surgery, as you might say, to you cannot rely on as-built drawings to confirm where everything is underground. You need to, these critical facilities, we need to punch a hole in the ground and physically locate them and have a surveyor locate them so we can be absolutely sure where they're going to be, so that when we design the project, there are no surprises, or we minimize those surprises. There's always surprises in construction projects. Some of the goals of the project are to we had a little discussion at the chamber business session about, could we guarantee one lane will be open at all times? At this point in time, I don't know that we can guarantee that, but that is where we're pushing the design engineers towards, is to maintain at least one lane of traffic open at all times during construction. We will work with our community development department to authorize night work in the locations that's appropriate. We will make sure that we have no driveways blocked. We'll have appropriate signage saying that the businesses are still doing business and are open for your business. One of the questions that came up is, could the city waive sewer and water bills to those businesses while they're under construction? And my answer was no. At this point, we're still providing that service, and you're obligated to pay that. So that was something that I don't think we're prepared to do at this point in time. We're going to do everything within the powers that we have and still get the project done to minimize those impacts. But as I opened up, we cannot make light that there will be impacts there. We know there will be. There are always impacts during construction, and living in a improved urban environment. Construction repairs are maybe not anticipated, but they are a necessary evil to being in a city.
Right, but you don't plan to tear up the entire Quintana
No,
Road.
we're not going to open
You're
a trench.
going to be doing this a little...
couple miles of trenches. It'll be open in segments.
In segments.
Typically, we're probably looking at a few hundred feet at a time, enough that the contractor can make progress and cover up their work by the either end of the night or end of the day, which if they're working at the daytime or the nighttime. So some of the challenges will be it's a fairly narrow roadway, and to get a piece of equipment that's doing the digging plus a truck that you need to haul the dirt away with will require some creativity in that traffic control plan.
And when do you plan to begin this construction? On the
Likely
pipeline?
in spring of 2020 is when the construction will be started for the entire project. The segment where the businesses are, I believe that's after Harbor Festival in 2020.
Yeah. So again, this is something that you'll see in the conceptual design report. But there's a construction schedule that's been put together, which identifies graphically each individual section and when each section of Quintana would be impacted. So the section roughly between Main Street and the roundabout would be impacted between late September of 2020 into May of 2021.
So mostly over the winter months when there's fewer tourists in town and less traffic.
Yeah, one of the things that we heard loud and clear in working with Ms. Crawford and the Chamber early on when this project was, whatever you can do to minimize the impacts during Memorial Day to Harbor Fest in that area would be beneficial, and so that's what our current schedule shows.
And so the entire pipeline will take from about September to May. Is that about the amount of time, or is it longer than that?
The pipeline's going to take, that's about the end of construction. It's roughly about a year for the total construction. So starting there, right now the schedule shows that we would complete plans and specifications at the end of November, would go into bidding, and then would be awarded, and a notice to proceed for construction would be issued in the spring of 2020.
Okay. And I know you said this, but just wanted to verify that all of the costs associated with the pipelines and the lift stations and the injection wells are included in the $126 million, and it includes the contingency.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you one last question about the EIR. Do you believe that these changes that have been made to the project since we certified the EIR would cause a relook at that document, or do you think that these are relatively minor and would not require reexamination?
We're going to be doing a reexamination, or in terms of we're going to be doing some additional environmental work, the results of which will likely be an amendment to the certified EIR. So just really quickly, there's really kind of 4 design developments that have happened since we certified, or the council certified the EIR back in July of 2018. One is we've changed slightly the routing for the east injection site. So our hope is that we can go on the west side of the highway, but if we do need to go on the east side of the highway, working with Waterworks, we identified a little bit more elegant way to get the piping over to that location versus what was identified in the EIR. The other one was based on feedback from the Northern Chumash. We looked at avoiding running through Lila Kaiser Park and going around in Atascadero Road and Caltrans right away. Again, something we need to include in there. The second pump station was not included. The preferred site for the second pump station is a city-owned property adjacent to Limo's, which has been quote-unquote developed. It's a parking lot. That was included in our archaeological survey work that was done as part of the the environmental document, and we don't anticipate any issue there with biological resources. Again, it's a paved parking lot. And the other thing was we removed a trenchless crossing of Highway 1. So as you may notice from the alignment, rather than cross Highway 1, there's some issues with crossing Highway 1 with a trenchless crossing from a cave-in that happened and some utility conflicts. So we're now going all the way down to South Bay Boulevard and then open cutting underneath the overpass at Highway 1 at South Bay Boulevard. So we're engaging the environmental consultant to take a look at that. And as I mentioned, if there aren't any additional impacts, then we would prepare an amendment and we'd decide how that amendment would become part of the environmental document.
Okay. And the next steps in this process, if we were to approve this tonight, what happens next?
I'd say the most immediate things that will happen is we've been a little leery to start with some of the costly work in terms of the surveying and the geotechnical investigations and the utility investigation work that Rob was alluding to. We don't want to start that work and invest in a couple $100,000 in that work and then find out that that's not the alignment that we're going down. And so once we get the authorization, we can confidently initiate that work, and that's critical to be able to complete the 60% design and really identify some of those critical things that the community is asking for in terms of where exactly is the trench going to be located in the roadway, and what is the construction going to look like.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think, Councilmember Heller, did you have I saw a hand, I thought there.
I did
Thank
show
you.
a hand.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So in the support of civil discourse, I'd like the record to show that I'm completely against this project as currently planned. But my position on the council at this point is to do what I can to ameliorate the impacts on the community. I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Leivik and Mr. Cesares, and I want to thank you for being frank about the impacts to traffic. And I think you do appreciate and understand them, and I certainly believe that you will do everything that you can to minimize the traffic impacts. And I know you've talked about the more developed traffic management plan being developed as part of the next package, the 60% schematic design package. I'm wondering if you can, because I believe you, but I'd like to get these words as part of the conceptual package document. Do you think it would be possible the next month for you to write up a conceptual traffic management plan that would capture the concepts that we've talked about here tonight?
We can engage the designer for the pipeline, and we can work with members of our program team and get back to you on how quickly we could get something back like that.
I'm just looking for a write-up that kind of memorializes the things that we talked about tonight and at the meeting this morning and so forth. That would be great. The other question I have is, and I've lost track of this a little bit, so it's a $126 million project. What portion of that 126 is reserves or contingency, if you want to call it?
Hold on really quickly here. I got to cheat and go back to the presentation that we gave on the 22nd.
Go ahead.
There was a budgetary breakdown, I believe. So the $126 million budget is broken into, we'll call it 5 buckets roughly. We have work that was done between kind of 2013 and 2018. When we came on board, that's about $5 million. We have some additional general PM services that we've identified. That's work for us and then other folks that are involved in the project.
So, excuse me, I'm just looking for the reserve amount or the contingency.
Oh, you just want the reserve amount?
Yeah, the contingency amount for the entire program.
Perfect. So for the WRF component of the project, so the facilities at South Bay Boulevard site, that number is about $6.5 million. And then we have roughly another $2.5 to $3 million of reserve as well to cover the conveyance facilities and then the offsite recycle water facility, so the injection wells.
So the total contingency is about $9.5 or $10 million of the 126?
Yeah, roughly. I can get back to you with the exact breakdown, and I think that was included in the staff report from I believe from the last council meeting, that's in the staff report. I think we broke out the reserve amounts, but if not, I can get you that detail.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. To my left, questions? Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Erica Crawford for bringing together this morning a group of Quintana Road business owners, and 3 members of the council attended that as well, and we listened, Jeff and John and myself. It was a good turnout, and there were great questions, and I want to thank the business owners for bringing your concerns to us, because those become my concerns as well as our colleagues. So, first question, what will Pump Station B look like next to Limos?
If I could get, Joe, could you open up the presentation and then go to some of those bullpen slides that we had in there? And if you, I think you can scroll down. That's what the existing lift station 2 and lift station 3, and then another kind of example lift station. And then I think there's also a rendering, Joe, towards the end of those slides as well. One more. There you go. So just to orient you a little bit, and again, this doesn't exactly look like Limos, but we'll have some better renderings as we move this forward. But in the interest of time for our meeting on the 22nd, this is what we put together. So the red building there is Limos, and then you can see there adjacent the light tan building with the pitched roof. That's the actual pump station electrical room. And then you can also see there, which would be to the north, there's a white box, which would be the emergency standby generator that would be located there. That would power the lift station in the event of a power outage.
Oh, okay, I'm having trouble picking out the generator.
I don't know if you can see the
okay, got
it. It's a white.
Okay, so these are going to be kind of neutral industrial looking buildings.
I think a good example would be the city's lift station 2, which is down by the Embarcadero. It would have a similar appearance.
Okay. And are there going to be any odors coming from that pump station?
The lift station will have active odor control, so that's included in the budget for both Pump Station A and Pump Station B locations.
Okay. And looking at the cross-section for the ditch going up Quintana, and I feel really dumb for asking this, there are 2 force mains, and somebody must have said something before why we have 2, but I missed that answer.
That's another thing that, again, this benefit of some of the early work that Waterworks did. And that was something that we were able to get into the project budget as part of the $126 million budget. When you started looking at the wide range of flows that the cities has to treat, so Joe at his treatment plant can get into the hundreds of thousands of gallons a day, and then we're designing for a peak wet weather capacity of over 8 MGD. So that's a big swing. When we design pressure pipelines to convey raw sewage, one of the things that we're always looking at is the velocities in that pipe. Those pipes have solids in them, and if you don't move that water fast enough, those solids will deposit, and you can get a lot of issues, potential to create odors, and then issues at the treatment plant itself. So in order to be able to manage those different, that wide range of flows, we're looking at 2 separate force mains, one that would be used the majority of the time when the city is treating kind of dry weather flows, something between a couple 100,000 gallons a day to in the high, 1, almost 2 MGD range, 2 million gallons a day. And then one that would be operated in tandem with the other during peak wet weather events.
So at any given time, the one larger pipeline would be sitting idle, essentially. Again, it's an operational, it's really a necessary component of the project for long-term successful operation of the facility.
Okay. I want to add my support to Council Member Heller's request for a written traffic plan as quickly as you can get one. And I share every business owner's concern about shutting down Quintana Road. I would like somehow to make a condition of the contract that there be one lane open during business hours at all times during the construction. And if that requires... Oh. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. A question that we heard this morning was about closing down the bike route from Main Street to the high school, the Class 1 bike lane, and that is a safe route to school. So we're going to lose that. And the alternative is to go down to the Harbor Walk, cross the creek, and take Atascadero Road. And the concern that I heard this morning was that Atascadero Road is not striped or signed for safe bicycle passage. Is it possible that we can remedy that soon?
Atascadero Road and the main portion of the Embarcadero will be signed. Bikes may use full lane and have sharrows painted as soon as we don't have rain in a week-long period. It's part of the paving contract that's underway right now. Mm-hmm. That's a pay item that we have for them to do that work. So once the third layer of microsurfacing is done, the striping contractor will be in town. We have basically the bicycles may use full lane, sharrows and signs that will be installed, and then also that section that transitions from the really wide Atascadero Road to the narrow section. Mm-hmm. We're striping some delineation there that it will have a dedicated right turn lane into the parking lot, a bike lane, and a striped through lane there to kind of designate where people mm-hmm. need to be because it's kind of a free-for-all at that particular location. So that will make some improvements. Not everybody feels secure in riding on roads that cars drive on. I realize that. One of the timing things that we can take advantage of, and I think there will be this opportunity, is school will be out for several months during the summertime. And to try to get that work on the bike path done during that summer recess from school to complete the majority of that work so that it is available as soon as possible once school gets back into session.
Okay.
I just wanted to add one quick thing, to get back to the construction schedule that I was talking about earlier. Again, this is at a conceptual level. We're going to have much more detail in April when we bring the April, early May when we bring back the 60% design. But that segment that impacts the bike path, right now we're looking at the impacts being from about May of 2020 through October of 2020. So again, looking at targeting as much as possible the summer months to do the work on the bike path. One of the reasons for that is obviously the impact the bike path has on the high school students. The other is some work that needs to be done there at Willow Creek, and we need to do that work when it's dry as well. So.
The other thing that we will likely end up with is a bike path that doesn't flood when this project is completed, so that we have, we'll do a surface restoration that probably doesn't look like it does right now, because there's really no reason to put it back the way it is, and end up with a couple inches of mud on the bike path for several weeks of the year.
You said likely. Can we be a little more?
We will put it back differently than it is right now, within the confines of our wetlands permit that we'll be getting for that crossing.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Councilmember Addis.
Can I just address Councilmember Heller's question really quickly again?
Certainly.
I was looking at my notes, and the $126 million budget that went into the rate study, that had a total reserve of $9.4 million. So that was of the 126, 9.4 of that is reserve.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay. I'll do the easy one first. On the pump station near Limos, I'm not familiar with the other pump station that you referenced in terms of what it would look like, but is that the extent of the greenery that will shield this in the
That's a pretty conceptual. Rendering. There could be some additional landscaping that could be used to screen it from the road potentially. Some of these things will be, I'm sure, addressed in the coastal development permit that the city is going to be getting for the project.
That rendering was put together by engineers, not by architects or landscape architects. So we like to show boxes and.
Does it take council action to get more greenery, or is that something?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Okay.
We know it will be a requirement of getting a permit there, so we'll show it with the submittal that we go to for permits.
Okay.
Yeah, I did want to mention one more thing that came up in conversation last week. We talk a lot about 30% design, 60% design, 90% design. What we mean by that for folks in the audience and those that are watching, typically with this type of project, this type of design construction project, we have a staged delivery or completion of the plans and specifications. So typically we'll have a preliminary design report that sets the concept for what we're going to do, and then usually the second deliverable that we would get from the engineer that we would produce or the design engineer would produce is a 30% set of drawings and specifications, and it kind of hits the major aspects, and specifically for a pipeline alignment job, it's showing kind of the lines on the paper, not necessarily the profiles and everything else. And then typically we'll come back with more detail at the 60% design level, where we'll have things like traffic control plans and a little bit more information. We'll have survey information on the drawings. Then we have kind of a 90% level, which is the kind of the last chance for all the stakeholders to look at it, to make comments and those kinds of things. And then we typically come back with a bid-ready set of documents that are quote-unquote 100%. So that's kind of how this process this process works. So we focused a lot about the pipeline alignments and the traffic control plans at the 60% design. But to your question, Councilmember Addis, will also have additional design detail on the lift stations. So right now, we don't really have a lot of drawings. We have some renderings, and we have some 3D models of the pump stations, but we'll be able to see some of the civil details and those kinds of things.
So last time I asked about the communications to the community, and I know there's going to be a plan coming, but I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit around the timeline for that plan, and then how the schools, specifically since bike lanes will be affected, Del Mar School, Los Osos Middle School, for kids that ride to the bus stops, and Morro High School will be involved in receiving communications or having input, and then if Spanish language communications will be part of the plan.
Absolutely. So we've engaged, as a member of our team, a public outreach consultant that's very adept at handling projects like this. They also are very good at handling recycled water and potable reuse projects, which is why we brought them onto the team. Yeah, absolutely. So multi-language is something that would be accommodated as well. And then definitely the high school, that's a really good point. There will be impacts to, as you mentioned, the bike lanes and the bike path. And so we would engage them as well.
And also the elementary school, Del Mar, and they may not think of Los Osos Middle School since it's not here, but all of the Morro Bay middle schoolers just about go over to Los Osos Middle School, and many of them would ride their bikes.
Thank you for that. I did not know that, but thank you for that.
Okay, and then I just wanted to echo Red's comments and thank Erica and thank the Chamber for the meeting this morning, and then appreciate the need to physically locate facilities. I know that can avoid injury and other kind of catastrophes. That's something that Rob mentioned. But I also wanted to briefly share correspondence that we received from one business owner who went to the Chamber meeting this morning and said that she has no doubt that construction of the sewer line will have a measurable negative impact on their business, but the privilege of living in a modern society with an impressive new sewage treatment plant will serve them well. And so I just want to appreciate the prior work of this council and the former council. And I think it's important that while we respect the negative impact on businesses, we also recognize that there are business voices out there who appreciate the movement forward.
Do you have further questions? And I'll let you re-echo that on question and when we have discussion. But thank you. Sorry for being the purveyor of process. I know, yeah. Right. Thank you. Appreciate that. And a couple questions that maybe weren't asked. Can you define fatal flaw?
So a fatal flaw would be something that, in this case, it's something that made an attribute of an alternative that would make it substantially more difficult or more expensive to construct than another alternative. So I guess kind of one of these things is not like the other. So if you looked at all 5 of those alternatives together, very easily you can see that there are 3 of them that are significantly more costly in terms of construction, carry a lot more construction risk, have a lot longer timelines because of the issues with permitting and those kinds of things. So that's the analysis that we did. That's how you could identify, or that's how you could define fatal flaw.
What are the impacts of not approving this one or the other alternative this evening?
Not moving forward this evening would certainly have impacts on the schedule for the conveyance facilities. We've talked a lot about schedule and the importance of the WRF project and the design build aspect of the WRF project, bringing that design builder on board, negotiating that agreement, getting through the design phase and getting into construction for that. We want to try to keep the conveyance facilities and not make that the tail that's wagging the dog, meaning we don't want to put the conveyance facilities on the critical path for the project. The schedule we've identified doesn't do that, but as we delay, we lengthen the design process, and we now have a pretty good conceptual design schedule that, again, allows us to avoid some of the most sensitive areas in terms of the businesses around Quintana outside of that period between Memorial Day and Harborfest, and as well as staging things that would impact potentially the high school during summertime. The more that we delay, that puts that schedule at risk and shifts things. So that would be the primary impact at this point in time.
Thank you. Well, Quintana, with the Quintana project on the conveyance pipeline, will the complete Quintana roadway be torn up from the very beginning to end, or is there a process for staging? And could you just briefly elaborate on that?
No, there'll be a process for staging. As Rob had indicated, we're probably looking at a section of work on the order of hundreds of feet, and that's where the city and us, that's where we have to do our due diligence to put the guardrails up for the contractor and make sure that it's very clear in the contract documents what is required, what's allowed, and what's not allowed. The easiest and fastest way to do this would be to put very few constraints on the contractor and tell them to have at it. And they would open up 1,000-foot sections of trench at a time, and those kinds of things. And we want to try to avoid those things. So we're going to be looking at balancing. Again, we have to be smart in the way that we do these things to be able to entice contractors to want to bid on the project. So we have to be smart in the constraints that we put on them, but we have to balance that obviously with the impacts to the business owners.
And this is not unique to Morro Bay. constructing pipelines in an urban environment. I don't think the constraints that we would put on it would scare any contractors away from bidding on this job. These pipeline projects are built every day across this country.
Briefly, from this morning, a question: is the second pump station next to lift pump station next to Limos in a flood zone, and how do you mitigate that?
It is in a flood zone, and as was discussed previously, much like pipelines, projects are constructed in flood zones all the time. We are looking at locating the elevations for electrical equipment and other mechanical items above that flood elevation. I believe the city code requires 2 feet of freeboard above
yes.
The flood elevation. So the rendering that was shown, a lot of information that's going into the coastal development permit is concerned about the height of facilities. All of that's being taken into account with the elevations that are going to be required to comply with the city code and to keep things out of the flood zone.
If you look at the Limos building, that is also in the flood zone, so the pump station would likely be at a similar elevation to that building.
Okay. The last question is, will there be a single point of contact for concerns that business members have regarding interruption issues? If so, who might that be? If not, what is that plan?
That's something that we are going to be refining as we develop, as Councilmember Addis mentioned, the public outreach plan. So one of the things we talked about is having a dedicated phone line and with somebody that would be fielding questions and getting them to the right people and those kinds of things. We're going to be looking at a couple different options and weighing the cost of those and if those are necessary.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'll open it up for public comment. I do have 2 speaker slips, not necessary to fill one out if you want to speak after these 2 individuals. First up is Mr. Barry Brannon. Welcome, Barry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Thank you. It was a very well run meeting this morning, and nice to see the council and that could make it and the mayor there. I'd like to read my letter, and I'd like to have it part of the record. Today, the Chamber held an informal meeting for some 80 businesses on Quintana Road that will be dramatically impacted by the pipelines that will run to and from the existing sewer plant to the new WRF on South Bay Boulevard. We know there are 80 businesses because we contacted them. These approximately 80 businesses generate 25% of the sales tax revenue to the city that pays the salaries, the benefits, and retirement costs of our government. These small businesses we all use every day. For example, Cookie Crock, Flavor Factory, Albertsons, Mobile, McDonald's, Urgent Care, so on. These 80 businesses employ an unknown number of people, but there are estimates they are between 1,500 and 2,000 jobs which will be impacted by this construction project. There will be reduced sales, reduced work hours, and reduced paychecks. The millions of dollars of costs for these businesses and their employees from digging up Quintana Road from Main Street to South Bay Boulevard has not been taken into account in any comparative cost analysis. In other words, you're putting the burden of the project on the businesses where the overall city ratepayer should pay the cost. So if you increase the cost by moving the pipeline, then you wouldn't heavily burden the business people. And this town is supposed to be about jobs. As I said, all of this is occurring when the city is trying to improve the business climate, which is really kind of hard to believe. The council and mayor have been hearing the complaints from citizens about the high cost of this Taj Mahal sewer plant. Now some of the businesses that are just trying to survive are coming forward to express their concerns. Today at the meeting, Mr. Limos of Limos Pet Supply, one of the great businesses on Main Street with a beautiful new building, questioned the decision of putting the key pump stations for the effluent at one of the main entrances to the city at Main and Quintana Road. This key pump station, with its white generator building, has the potential of a catastrophic failure If it floods like that, it floods so bad where you couldn't get onto the freeway, and it's happened, it will require continuous maintenance for the next 50 years. The site is small, but it butts a sensitive waterway and should not be the first thing a visitor traveling scenic Highway 1 sees as they turn off into Morro Bay. This project is not permitted and should not go forward. Please don't destroy businesses and jobs in our town with this bad pipeline alignment. Don't build the sewer plant at the South Bay location. It's never too late to do the right thing.
Thank you. Next up for public comment is Dan Sedley. Welcome, Dan.
I had requested 5 minutes to speak, Mayor, if I could. I'd never do that, ever.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dan Sedley. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. And my comments go as follows. I don't believe that the city has studied all aspects of the entire sewer project and therefore should not be taking a vote for approval on the project until all aspects of the project are known. A conclusion and good decision are not completed until all facts are known. Point number 1. I am not aware of any study that has been conducted regarding how much wiring or piping is currently located beneath Quintana Street. How can the city council know the extent to which Quintana will be torn up, or even know if there can be even one lane of traffic open without the results of such a study? Shouldn't the city have the answers to be reasonably sure before they say that they will try to have through traffic before saying that they will try? Without a study to determine what already lays beneath Quintana, do they really have any idea how badly traffic will be stopped? Without an answer to this, can the city council say that the west plan using Quintana laid in the piping is the best plan? Without such a study, isn't the proposed project planning incomplete at this point? Point number 2, there has been no study that I have seen to attempt to identify the loss of business to all businesses located on Quintana as a result of tearing up Quintana Street. How can the city council say that the west plan is the best option without conducting a study identifying the probable loss of revenues to those businesses? Surely a probability study could be conducted via measuring similar road closures in other cities. Isn't loss of business and revenues and tax revenues and loss of jobs important facts in considering the total cost of this project? Shouldn't loss of business revenues and loss of tax revenues due to construction on Quintana be included into the cost of the West Plan? Isn't it possible that including the loss of business revenues, the closure of businesses, bankruptcies, loss of jobs, and loss of tax revenues in addition to the construction costs would make the West Plan the most expensive and most fatally flawed plan and not the cheapest plan as is currently being stated? Furthermore, has the city studied if there is a way to subsidize businesses on Quintana that suffer staggering losses of income? I am told that Quintana businesses produce approximately 1/4 of all Morro Bay business and associated tax revenues. How can the city of Morro Bay operate given a loss of tax revenues that are so significant? Are they planning to or yet propose tax increases to make up for this loss? Point 3, the city is also planning to vote on the 2 lift station solution to move sewage throughout the city. One of the city stations they are proposing is to place a lift station by Lemus. I am told by those that know more than I that this lift station would be the hardest working lift station of all, moving the most sewage, and also that the Lemus lift station is in a low-lying area with the possibility of flooding. Is there an engineering or architectural study that addresses this concern? Is there a study that shows the consequences if that lift station was flooded? If that station was flooded, would Morro be able to move sewage throughout the city? Point 4, the city is planning on promoting a consolidated permitting process. How can the city say that this allows Morro Bay residents the same amount of participation? Although this plan may allow one local hearing, it seems that the Coastal Commission will not make any decision at this hearing and a few residents would have to be able to travel to Northern or Southern California to attend and participate in the hearing that actually makes the decision. How many residents could take the time off or afford the expense of traveling to such a hearing? Wouldn't the normal permitting processes allowing approximately 4 or so local hearings that our residents could easily attend and participate in, isn't that the best option? Why does the city want to limit residents' participation and comment? Does the city think that one non-decision-making local hearing by the Coastal Commission provides the same participation as 4 localized decision-making hearings, providing the same opportunity for participation and comment? Why does the city want to expedite this project at the expense of our citizens' ability to speak out? Doesn't limiting local participation stifle democracy at its core? In conclusion, the city has not studied all aspects of this project and should not be voting on an action until they have thoroughly studied all aspects of a $126 million plus project. The city of Morro Bay should promote transparency and public comment and therefore should oppose the consolidated
Thank you, Dan.
permitting process that greatly limits public
Thank you, Dan. I gave you 5
comment.
minutes. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Is there anybody else who'd like to give public comment? Yes. Dave, you were second, actually, but come on forward. That's okay. I saw a hand back there. Sir, come on up. If you feel comfortable stating your name, do so. If not, not a problem.
Hi, my name is Dale Ginder. I'm own property on Quintana and have several tenants there. I heard earlier that you were mentioning information about EIR reports. I believe Project Avila in the late 80s included a business financial impact report, so you may want to check up on that and see what they did. I encourage night work for my tenants. They're very concerned about financial impacts. And the other thing that a long time ago, I met with somebody at the city here, and you might want to include something on AM and FM radio to include, which they did with Project Avila, and that, I think, was very successful. So it informed the people on a daily basis on what was happening and what road closures were happening. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Anybody else for a public comment? Welcome back, Dave.
Hi, David Nelson, resident of Morro Bay. I'd like to read a letter submitted by Betty Winholtz, and the letter goes, Dear City Council, the major flaws in this project report are, 1, taking the next to the longest route, 17,000 feet, rather than the shortest route, 12,000 feet. That adds an approximately a mile. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. It's up on the screen. Hopefully the people at home can read it. Insisting that the plant be on the west side, but the pipes be on the plant be on the east side and the pipes on the west side. Taking the route most destructive to 80 businesses rather than a route with minimal disruption to Morro Bay businesses. Excluding the cost of tax base in the evaluation of fatal flaws, robbing the general fund of tax money and jeopardizing the livelihood of staple businesses. Assuming the requirement of a dead MOU with Tri-W. 5, and number 6, doing change orders before a shovel is in the ground. Number 7, applying for permits at the end of the process rather at the beginning of the process, violating CEQA. Ignoring the public's right to full participation by consolidating the permitting process. What written agreement do we have with Caltrans to cross into their jurisdiction? I'm not in favor of LAFCO to bring the Tri-W property, excluding the sewer plant acreage, into the city's sphere of influence. It's irrelevant and growth-inducing, and that's from Betty Winholtz. And my problem, and I try to really be civil here. My problem is we're looking at this pipeline transfer, and we're going to pay a lot of money for this. Why don't we look instead at fixing where our pipes need fixing to get our flow correct, And why aren't we also looking at the fatal flaw of injecting the water? I bring up Larry Truesdale again. Why don't you people talk to him? He has PhDs. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's talking about. I just heard him say that instead of 1 million, we're talking about 2 million gallons. 1 million was bad enough, according to Mr. Truesdale's opinion. 2 million would be disastrous. What if we break down that barrier between the ocean and our fresh water? That is what we should be thinking about. And if I'm wrong on that and Larry's wrong on that, let's talk about this. But this is crazy.
Thank you, David. Any other public comment? Public comment is open. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'd like to move that we approve the west alignment piping for the WRF project contingent upon two things. One is the creation of a conceptual level traffic control plan to be part of the conceptual package that's to be delivered in March. And two is to earmark $4 million of the $9.4 million reserves to provide financial assistance to businesses along the piping route and to rectify sales tax losses to the city.
There's a motion. Motion fails. No second. So I will entertain another motion.
I move that the council approve staff's recommendation to proceed with the West Conveyance Pipeline alignment and use of the dual pump station option for the water reclamation facility.
I second.
And discussion.
So I'm going to discuss a little bit.
Thank you.
I frankly find it hard to believe that the city is not more responsive to the needs of the business community. I find it hard to believe that the city does not acknowledge their own losses, estimated to be 20 to 25% perhaps of your sales tax revenue for a year or more, considering the financial condition that we're in. The program managers and the staff here have commented that they don't expect to use the $9.4 million contingency and reserves, and they expect to come in far below that. That being the case, I cannot justify or understand the reasoning for not protecting our businesses, so many of which are really just making it day to day, and they're going to disappear unless there's some other motive here that I'm missing. I'm flabbergasted, frankly.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller. Further discussion?
I would like to, first of all, I wanted to say that I very much wanted to be at that business, the chamber meeting this morning, but I had a prior meeting that I had to go to and didn't know about it until the day before, or I would have been there. I think we're all very concerned about the businesses. What we are being asked to do as a council, however, is to build a project that we have to build, and that cost is a major consideration. And this proposal that we're looking at today is the lowest cost option. Anywhere we put this facility and anywhere we put the pipelines, we are going to disrupt people, businesses. The Embarcadero would be the same way, and we're sorry that that has to be the case. But we're going to do everything. I believe the staff understands that we have to do everything within our power to try to minimize and mitigate those consequences. And I think that's about all we can do. We still have to build this facility, and we need to be conscious and aware of what it's going to cost our ratepayers. And this is the lowest cost option. We've looked at other options. We've looked at other sites. We are ready to move forward, and we need to move forward quickly.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I'm going to support the motion, but I think the message is clear to our project team that council is very concerned about the impact to the businesses, and I will be looking for contract requirements that there be one lane open at all times during business hours, even if that adds cost to the contract. I'm sorry I couldn't support Jeff's motion, but assigning a mitigation cost at this time, I think is too much. But if we have to do a lot of night work, that's okay with me. So I just want to say that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Thank you.
I'll just point out, I think there's a difference between not caring and having a difference of opinion, and I would suggest that we be careful about that kind of conjecture. But also for Eric, a couple additional suggestions around communications would be to contact the principals of those schools directly, because they have principals' newsletters that they can send out, and to contact the school district superintendent to see if he would put something in his newsletter, as well as if there was a flyer that could be just a JPEG or a PDF flyer that could go out district-wide to the school district, because while it will affect Morro Bay students specifically, we have a pretty wide reach at the school district.
Thanks.
Thank you. I too support the motion. I was at the meeting this morning. Thank you again to the Chamber for arranging that. I'm a business owner not on Quintana, but on Morro Bay Boulevard. I would significantly state that I share a significant number of the concerns that were aired this morning. I tried to capture the ones that are quote-unquote mitigatable potentially, and those that may not be mitigatable with an infrastructure project that the city entertains or any city entertains. One is, and I think the biggest concern is loss of business or business interruption and compensation for that. That probably is the biggest issue, and I from other cities' projects that have been completed that are of much greater magnitude than this, it's just not routinely, if ever done, that the city would be able to even quantify the potential loss of business. And so I don't think that's mitigatable if there is a loss of business. However, I heard that business access was a key principle that must be maintained, and that is minimal interruption to no interruption during regular business hours. And I would state that that's mitigatable to the extent possible by the city, and that we should do that. Third thing that I heard was communication, having a single point of contact for concerns to be raised during the construction process by business owners would be extremely helpful. And I would recommend that we consider, I heard hotline or a number, but that we have a knowledgeable individual that would be ready to respond immediately to business concerns. Fourth thing I heard was signage to assist during downtimes. And I think a signage plan for redirecting as appropriate would be extremely important. I heard a staging, and I know that we've talked about that in detail, that this project is not a tear up Quintana Road completely, but that you're staging in very small increments to minimize business interruption, and I think we should maximize that opportunity for mitigation. I heard time of day that goes back to the regular hours of operation of businesses and not interfering with that. I also support the traffic plan and trying to get a handle on the traffic impacts that might occur as quickly as possible. The issue with regard to the pump station, I believe that the flood zone issue is mitigatable. However, the aesthetics are extremely important. We have a very beautiful building, a number of buildings in that area of the city, and for Mr. Lemos, I'm listening to a comment that he made regarding that and what might it look like. I know we have early renderings, but as much as possible, if we can hide this thing from Highway 1 traffic or those going by our city, this is an entry point into the city as well. And if we can beautify that to the maximum extent possible, I think that's important. With that, I think we're on the right track. This is the right project. This is the right portion of the project to approve at this time to keep the ratepayer costs where they need to be, and that is to not see further increases in the future, but also have the opportunity through low-cost income loans to even decrease rates in the future. So with that, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification, is the council voting on the motion that is provided in the agenda report, or will there be any additional requests that the council wants to add to that?
The motion stands as stated with comments noted, I think, by staff, is what I heard. I took down all the comments. I think I captured them, hopefully.
Okay.
So, is that, yeah. So the original motion, and we'll take a roll call vote. Can you please sit down for a moment? And I heard that, and could you read back the motion, please? I would appreciate that.
Councilmember McPherson moved to, excuse me, I'm on the wrong item. Approve staff's recommendation to proceed with the West Conveyance Pipeline alignment and use the dual pump station option for the water reclamation facility. And the motion was seconded by Councilmember Addis.
Exactly as it appears in the staff report. Roll call vote.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
And with that, we will take a health break. We'll be back in 5.5 minutes. As the blood sugar drops. Where are we? C2. Great. We are back from our break, and we are ready to entertain item C2, presentation and discussion of the fiscal year 2017-18 comprehensive annual financial report. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Callaway.
Thank you. Good evening. It's that time of the year again to go over our prior year's fiscal results. First, I want to take a moment and acknowledge our budget and accounting manager, Sandy Martin. She's sitting behind me on my right-hand side. She took the lead on assembling all the work papers and working with the auditors while they're here. And so, thank you, Sandy, for all that work, and just so that the council and the community knows that she put a lot of effort into this. And it's a unmodified audit opinion. We have one finding that's a carryover from the prior years. But I don't want to steal the thunder of our auditor on site, so I'll let him proceed with his presentation. And then, of course, if there's any questions, this is Mr. Kenneth Poon. He's a partner of the Poon Group. That is our audit firm. And he can go through the results of his audit.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, member of the City Council. Again, my name is Ken Poon. I'm the managing partner of the firm and also the engagement partner of the audit of the City of Morro Bay for the fiscal year end June 30, 2018. So what we are going through today, as usual, I know there are some new council members, but this is pretty much what we finish up our audit. This is a kind of like an overall presentation to you instead of having you read through almost like a 200-page report. I did some highlight here so that you can understand the financial statement and your financial conditions. So my presentation actually covers the scope of work, what we were engaged by the city to perform as required by the auditing standard. There are some information that I need to communicate with you, especially the audit responsibility by both management and myself being the auditors. Couple things about, like, very importantly, is about the financial statement. We also do share with you our analysis on some of the key financial indicator, and then also there are a lot of sensitive information in these financial reports. It's about pension and OPEB. I think is the very hot topics in the community. So that's why I pull those information and separately discuss with you in my presentation. And last but not least is to share with you our other results. So the scope of work. The scope of work actually basically divided into two parts. The first part is the financial statement audit, which basically cover the basic financial statement of the city. That's covered from July 1st of 2017 to through June 30 of 2018. Also, you do have a couple compliance audit because you do receive the TDA's fund. So there are local transportation funds for the roads, transit enterprise fund, and then other local transportation fund for non-transit, which is the bike path audits on the TDAs, which is more likely is the compliance audit, making sure that you are compliant with those regulations from Caltrans. So the audit responsibility. As management yourself, you are fully responsible for these financial statements by presenting these financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principle. Since the city is a state local government, the governmental accounting standard board is the standard setting bodies for state local government. It's really the standard is really different than the one that you see in the private sector. So you also need to adopt sound accounting policy because there are a lot of standards that can be set by the city. So you do need to have your sound accounting policy to dictate what accounting treatment for your financials. Very importantly, you need to establish and maintain proper internal control over financial reporting and compliance. Provide evidence supporting to the amount and the disclosure in these financial statements. And last but not least, you do need to have programs to prevent and detect fraud. Our responsibility as the auditor, we are performing the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing principle and also the government auditing standard. We also communicate with those charged with governance, and in our determination, the City Council is what we call those charged with governance. And tonight I'm here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the audit. And then also I'm sure you receive our confirmation letter asking some information during our audit process. We also do assess the audit risk of internal control over financial reporting and compliance, determine the fairness presentation of these financial statements, and last but not least, to render our audit opinions. So let's take a look at the audit report. So the comprehensive annual financial report, in another acronym that I use is CAFR, we actually divide into three different sections. The introductory sections, which include a letter of transmittal, which is a letter talking about the city, talking about the reporting requirements, and then also some city's information, which include the list of elected officials and the city's officials, and then the org chart. Our focus as the auditors is really the second part, which is the financial sections. The financial sections, the first part is the independent auditor's report, which actually details out our scope of work, our responsibility, your responsibility, our opinion, which is very important report that we have. Management discussion and analysis, which is a requirement supplementary information under GASB 34, which implement about like 15 years ago. So even though this statement, this document is an unaudited document, but that gives you a lot of information of telling you the story, what's going on during the year, giving you the highlights, talking about some financial numbers, and give you the whole entire story that's happening at the City of Morro Bay during the fiscal year end June 30, 2018. The audited financial statement, which is included as follows. The basic financial statement, which includes the government-wide financial statement. In another word, this is a consolidated financial statement of the city as a whole. I call it a primary government financial statement. Under the fund financial statement is what you use it on a day-to-day basis, which include the general fund, the special revenue funds, debt service fund, capital project fund, or the enterprise fund, that you actually adopt the budget on those funds during the budget season. So also you can see the fund financial statement, which is really helpful because which is the what your management's been using and present to you on a monthly basis. The notes to the basic financial statement actually give you a lot more detail of what's included in the within the numbers. Under the required supplementary information, you also see a couple things. One is the budgetary comparison schedule for the general fund. Also, the schedule of change in proportionate share of the net pension liability and the related ratio. The schedule of contributions to your pension trust fund. And then also the schedule of change in total OPEB liability and related ratios. Last but not least, the supplementary information for those funds that did not classify as non-major, as a major fund, those will be presented in details in the supplementary information. Even within the supplementary information, you also see the individual fund. If you adopt the budget for those governmental funds, you will also see a budget comparison schedule within the supplementary information. Last but not least is the statistical sections. Basically, this section is also an unaudited section that's pulling a lot of information from a lot of different sources. The first one is the financial trend. That gives you a trend analysis of your own financials for the last 10 years. Second one is relating your revenue capacity, how you generate your revenue. Debt capacity is also from your finance team. Also in the last two sections is the demographic and economic information and also the operating information. You can also pull that information from some other sources. This gives you a lot more detail other than just the basic financial statement so that you can see the trend from the last 10 years. So the first one that we want to go over the financial statement is your consolidated financial statement, which is the government-wide financial statement, the statement of net position, which is equivalent to what I call the balance sheet. At the end of June 30, 2018, the city ended with about like $148.6 million in net position, which is your equity, of which $140 million is net investment in capital asset. One of the reasons why it is being carved out as a separate item because capital asset for state, local government, those are infrastructure asset which is non-liquidable, is non-liquid asset, so that's why it is being carved out, which include your building, your infrastructure, your water pipeline, everything is included in your $140 million net of all those related debt. You do have about like $3.6 million as restricted, which is restricted by third party, grant management, your debt covenants, $3.6 million. And last but but not least is the unrestricted, which is $4.5 million. As you can see, in the governmental activities, you have a $6.6 million of deficits, which is mainly caused by the implementation of the new GASB standard. On one is the pension standard, and also this year you have the OPEB standard, because otherwise the GASB actually included in the new standard to make sure that you have a full picture of what's going on. So that's why those liability is now currently recorded on the face of the balance sheet. So the next slide is the consolidated income statement of the city. So for the year end June 30, 2018, you have a total expenses of close to $28.3 million, of which the program revenue, which you can actually charge the user for a fee, or actually those programs can be paid by the grants. So totaling of program revenue, which is about like $20.7 million, which give you a net cost of service of $7.5 million, resulting, and then also the general revenue, which include all the tax revenue that you collect, which is property tax, sales tax, TOT, some other business license tax, and also investment earnings. That's all added up to about like close to $11 million. So resulting a net increase in your net position by $3.4 million. General fund is your main operating fund of the city. So the balance sheet at the end of June 30, 2008, you have a total fund balance ended at close to $8 million. $3.9 million are what we call non-spendable. Why we call it non-spendable is basically we do have some long-term asset included in the general fund, which include majority at this time is your land held for resale. So that's include majority in your $3.9 million. The council also set aside $134,000 for a certain program, and resulting in an unassigned fund balance of close to $3.9 million. The income statement for the general fund, you have a total revenue of about like $13.2 million. Total expenditure is close to $13.5 million. So that's create a operating deficit of about like $253,000. You do have some other transfer in, which actually pay by other funds for the indirect cost allocation. So at the end of the day, the general fund actually have a net change, like increase in your fund balance of about like $500,000. So as usual, I would like to provide you some of our analysis. The first one is the analysis of the net cost of service to tax revenue. One of the reasons why we would like to do this analysis is because the basic service of the city provided should be paid by taxes. So the net cost of service for the governmental fund are about like close to $13 million. Tax revenue for the year is about like $10 million. So given the fact that your ratio is about like 127%, what does that mean? Is basically the cost of service that is provided to the city cannot be recovered by either the fee and also your taxes. So that's why you have a 126%. Our firm is actually currently going through our financial survey for 2018 because of the implementation of the GASB Statement Number 75. I see that this year a lot of cities has gone up quite a bit in this ratio, but your ratio is certainly higher than other cities that I see. So this is something that the city really needs to pay attention to, is to keep the cost down. The other ratio that I would like to look at is the unassigned fund balance to the annual expenditure for the general fund. This is another word. This is the rainy days fund reserve that we looked at for the general fund. So the unassigned fund balance for the general fund at the end of June 30, 2018, you have close to $3.9 million. Annual expenditure is about like $13.4 million. So resulting, you have about like close to 29%. GFOA have a best practice and give everybody's a benchmark, which is about like 2 months of expenditure, which is equivalent to 16.67%. The city do have about like 28.99%, which is about the best practice recommendation by GFOA. And also, as a CPA firm, we like to see this around like 25 to 30%, which give you a really safety net for the city. Our next slide is actually talking about GASB statement number 68 and 71, the new pension standard, which was adopted almost like this is the third year implementing the GASB statement number 68. Keep that in mind. This is the first year that CalPERS actually dropped that discount rate and value the net pension liability at a discount rate of 7.15. They dropped 0.5% compared to what you've seen last year. So as a result, your total net pension liability has gone up as of June 30, 2017, which actually reported as of June 30, 2018 financial report. You report close to $25 million of net pension liabilities. Also, keep that in mind, the pension liability is an estimate. So it's all depending on the rate of return that you can earn from the plan investment. So that's why in the report itself, they do show you a sensitivity analysis. What if the investment return did not meet the 7%, the 7.15%. If that goes lower by 1%, your liability can go up to $37.6 million. But the other way around, if the rate of return is actually better than 7% and going up to 8%, it can drop it down to $13.8 million, which is, I can see is real. In this case, is pretty rare. Based on the historical trend that I see with CalPERS, the last 2 years they did a pretty good job of staying about like 10-12%, but with like so many years that they did not meet the 7%, so that's actually take quite a bit of hit, and that's one of the reasons that you see your general fund expenditure also higher than the revenue, because the city is expecting more contribution to CalPERS to pay down the liability. So that's why your general fund is your expenditure is it's actually higher than before. GASB statement number 75 is actually the first year implementing in June 30, 2018, which actually mirror the pension standard. They also wants to bring the OPEB standard similar to what we see in pension. So the city has a pay-as-you-go plan. So the net OPEB liability as of June 30, 2018, because we can use the same measurement date, you have a total of $2.5 million based on the discount rate of 3.8%. We understand that there's no asset being set aside for the OPEB. GASB actually do allow using the AA rate general obligation bonds as the discount rate, so to evaluate your OPEB liability. So at the end of the day, if it's at the current discount rate at 3.8%, you have a total liability of $2.5 million. If the discount rate drop by 1%, it's 2.9, and then if the discount rate go up 1% up, is dropping down to $2.1 million. So it's actually not as the fluctuation is not as bad as what we see in the pension, but you still need to have about like close to couple $100,000 plus or minus within your OPEB plan. Also keep that in mind. The city did hire an actuary to evaluate this result, to evaluate the OPEB liability, because it is not a CalPERS plan, so the CalPERS did not actually do the evaluation. This actuary is pretty unique, and they did not actually consider the implicit rate subsidy into the calculation. So these number, if the city decide to go with another actuary, this number may go up a little higher. Because since I'm not the actuary, so I would not be able to determine what will be the impact. But based on the numbers that we see, the impact will be minimal. So. Let's talk about the audit results. We are happy to issue an unmodified opinion, as what we call. We did not modify any language. It's an opinion, the best opinion that we can give to a city, which state that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respect. Accounting policy have been consistently applied. All the estimates are reasonable, and the disclosure are properly reflected in these financial statements. We do not have any disagreement with management. However, we do have one significant deficiency that was identified in the internal control over financial reporting. No accounting issues and no inappropriate activities were noted. So we only have like one finding, which is a carryover finding. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate your team, because they worked really, really hard to address the concern that we had in the last 2 years. In the past, we do have a lot of findings, like probably 3 to 4 findings that we have, and now it's only dropping it down to 1. And we understand that during our internal control evaluation, we see that even though we listed as a finding, but we saw that there's the management team is currently addressing the concern that we have. So let me kind of give you the areas that we are looking at. So one, the city still did not have the comprehensive policy and procedures for finance department. Based on our conversation and understanding with Jennifer. You guys are actually drafting one out, and is currently going through the whole entire draft. So hopefully by next year we can see a new draft so that we can eliminate this bullet point. Also, you do have a subledger issue, because the subledger are not really interfacing with your current financial system. So manual reconciliation is currently ongoing on a monthly basis. So instead of like in the past, you did not actually reconcile until year-end. So significant improvement, because on a monthly basis, we see that your management team actually do reconcile between the subledger and the general ledger. The city still does not have a required approval purchase order system, so that's actually creates some monitoring issues on your purchase, and I will show you the because of that, there were still some of the expenditure is still over the appropriation. So in the next slide, I can show you the detail in your general fund. The biggest item is your fire. It's overspending by about like $138,000. The other big number is your non-major capital projects fund, which is the capital improvement funds, and there's really no appropriation for that. But because of the project, you do have a community promotion. The city do expend about like $382,000, which is not budgeted. So other than that, the rest of them are pretty small number. So I think this is a significant improvement from what we see in the past. Okay. That's conclude my presentation for tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the audit and the financials.
Thank you for that. I just want to follow up too and let the council know that the CFAC committee played a very active role in getting this put together and issued. They reviewed the draft statements. We were able to substantially incorporate all of their suggestions and recommendations into the final draft of the CAFR. I say substantially because I think we missed 2 or 3 typos or spelling errors, but that was at the last minute rush to get this produced by the end of the calendar year. They were scheduled to see it in final form in January, but we had to cancel that meeting due to a lack of quorum. So I just wanted to thank the committee for their feedback and let the council know they did see it in draft form, and we did incorporate their changes. And then also the CFAC committee has worked hard over the last couple of years to get this in a format that it's in so that we could submit it to GFOA for recognition, and we did meet that deadline of December 31st. So when we hear back from GFOA, we will relay that news to the council and to the CFAC committee. Also, thank you to Mr. Poon and his staff. We did have a good working relationship, and I think the one finding that we had, still we've talked about, we're implementing a lot of those throughout this year, and because they weren't done by June 30th, that would be why it would remain. So we expected that one in here. But any questions, either Ken or I can answer, or Sandy's here as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Poon, for your presentation. Jen, thank you for all of your work. And Sandy, thank you for your work. And Barb Spagnola is here from CFAC. Thank you as chair for your work. I really appreciate that. And with that, I'll open it up to any council questions you may have. Looking to my left, Councilmember Addis, yes.
I think it might be more a question for the finance department. But it was on the comment that purchase of interfacing systems at this point is not feasible for the city. And just what would it take to be able to have interfacing systems? Because it seems like there's a lot of people power hours being put into these manual reconciliations.
It is a substantial workload. Sandy's doing that monthly now. Probably, 3 to 5 days, depending on how many items. It's just like doing a bank reconciliation. But we do that for Recreation Harbor, any of the independent systems that don't interface. We would have to research software to see how it would work, do probably an RFP of some sort, possibly, and then the staff time to implement that. And given the rest of our workload, well, it's 3 to 5 days every month. That's a shorter period every month than to go through that whole process. So it's not that we are opposed to doing it, finding the resources to do it, and then also the cost associated with that as well. It's not something that we've accumulated for. And I can't say for 100% certainty that we don't have maybe some other mechanism within our finance system that we could use, and we haven't. I don't know that we do or we don't, but there's just different options we could explore. So this is kind of our current control that's in place that I think meets the concern of the finding, and we can maybe improve on that, in a year or two as we kind of get some of these items checked off our list.
Great.
Could I just follow up on that? Because I had that question also. Is it possible to bring those, the recreation and the finance, the recreation and harbor into the hour system? Is that an option?
So one of the issues is Recreation has, it's called, I think, Active Network is the name of the program that they use, and it's they can pay by credit card. They have their own system over there to keep track of the reservations and the bookings. I don't know if we could utilize our billing system as utility billing. That's what the module is referred to in our finance system. But again, we could explore possibly doing that, or if there's a way to incorporate it. I'm not sure that it can fit at the moment and work for what Recreation uses it for as well. Same with the harbor system. They use it for different purposes, right? They're keeping track of reservations and that kind of thing.
I
Our
see.
system's not going to do that.
I see. But we could explore if our system could be modified to incorporate some of those things, or maybe even PayPal, which is a common way that people pay and whatnot. And
Yeah, we'll continue to explore whatever options are out there that would be most cost effective and
that makes
least staff time involved.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Great.
I have some other questions too, but
Go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
Questions, yeah.
Oh, all right. I'll go.
This
ahead
would
with
be
my questions.
questions. Councilmember, yes.
Since we just looked at this, could you tell me how we are spending this amount of money that was not budgeted for community promotion? What is that?
Actually, the CDBG grant that came in, so we received grant money. The budget didn't include didn't carry forward the appropriation for it, so it wasn't general fund money that we didn't get appropriation for. It was the grant money that was received and the timing for that to be paid out.
So we didn't spend this amount of money on, it wasn't community appropriation to begin with?
That's what it's grouped into and called as, but it was the CDBG grant.
I see, okay. And I also wanted to get a little bit more information about this other post-employment benefits. Can you tell me what those are exactly? And I realize that now they're included in the financial statements, so if we could know what they are. I don't know what we pay our employees beyond retirement.
So the city of Morro Bay pays for retiree health up to the age of Medicare. I think it's $136 a month or
$133 a month.
$133 dollars a month, and then the retiree is responsible for paying the difference of whatever their plan costs. So we have to now record that as a liability.
And is that all employees?
For the retirees?
Yes. Or is it just certain of our, I know that the benefits given to our employees vary by, which employee group they're in, which union, but, so I'm just wondering, is it all employees that we do that for?
It would be the retired employees that meet the requirements at the time of retirement. And the $133 or $139 per month is the minimum allowed by CalPERS. Some cities would have an agreement with CalPERS that they might pay amount above the minimum. The city of Morro Bay pays the minimum contribution, which currently is $136 or $139 per month.
Okay. And then if I could ask Mr. Poon, just can you give me some idea about what you know about the probability of the discount rate being decreased again? Is that something we have to...
For pension or...
For the pension,
For
yes.
the pension, right now, based on what we see so far, is pretty stable at 7% because the investment board at CalPERS is actually still believe the 7% based on the last 20 years, a long-term rate of return. But projecting for the future, they're still hitting about like 6%. So there is still a lot of debate between the CalPERS board and the investment board because there's certainly some discrepancy between the actual rate of return compared to the projected. So they're still keeping an eye on it. So, but also it's very it's a political decision because once you drop the rate, it also impact the contribution, which is also impacting majority of the city's financials.
Of course, right.
So there's a lot of argument between the actual rate of return and the discount rate being used. So as of this point, based on what we see so far, they're not going to drop it, but they are currently keeping an eye on it. If the investment earnings did not hit the 7% for the next couple of years, they may have another discussion to drop it to 6.5%.
Okay. And do you know how other cities are addressing this issue? For example, the amount of the employee contribution to retirement, is that something that is considered a reasonable way to try to deal with this crisis? Because it certainly is a crisis when suddenly
certainly
you're hit with that.
I will recommend to talk to an outside actuary so that they will be able to give you an idea of what can be done. My recommendation is actually looking at maybe using a 115 trust as a rate stabilization fund, not necessarily putting all your money with CalPERS. or maybe doing a composition between, okay, we pay down some of the unfunded pension liability, and then also setting up a 115 trust to pay on that. But I highly recommend not to do pension obligation bonds, because it's pretty much you are gambling with the interest rate, like between the interest rate that you're paying and the investment rate of return that you are going to get. So, so my recommendation, pension obligation bond is really not an option.
I see.
Yeah.
And Jennifer, I am correct that we have paid down some of our unfunded liability. Is that correct?
Correct. We prepaid our side funds. And then we did get a little bit of, savings this year for prepayment and the one-time lump sum. But we'll be bringing back to council some options with that. Moving forward, you can see that our fund balance increased by $500,000. So that's great news.
Right.
We're just above what you set as the maximum target or the target funding level for your general fund reserves. So there'll be a conversation about what to do with that little bit of excess money coming forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Heller, any questions?
No questions. Just like to compliment finance folks for all the work you've done there. And Mr. Poon, I appreciate your presentation very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poon. I do have a couple questions, maybe dig a little deeper to what Councilmember McPherson had noted on your presentation. Let me start with page number, I'll just move to page number 8. Our net cost of services to tax revenue ratio is high at 126.62.
Right.
Your comment was higher than other cities. What do you recommend, or what do you see as a benchmark,
The benchmark,
for that?
I highly recommend between somewhere around 90 to 95%.
90 to 95%.
Yep.
Thank you. On your page number 9, you noted, and thank you for that, that our GFOA best practice is 16.67, and we're currently at 28.92%.
Correct.
The question is, do you see cities that are reserving rates even higher than that in the 30? Yeah. Can you give me your experience and what you're seeing out there?
I do have one city which hitting about like 80 or 90%.
Is that right?
On average, though?
On average, it's about like 25%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are a number of cities that are going above 30%,
Right.
and as high as 80%.
Yep.
Or
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. And just to reiterate on page 9, your slide number 18, the discount rate issue, your statement was that it's political and that CalPERS right now, the board has not made a decision to decrease the discount rate below 7.15%, but their actual experience now is more like 6%. In fact, the last quarter,
a little less than 6%.
in the last quarter of 2018, it was dismal, and they didn't meet expectations.
Right.
And your sensitivity analysis is helpful to see that if it were 6.15% at the end of 2017, the liability would be significantly higher from 24 to 37 million.
Correct.
Could you just cite for us a 2018 number? And did you do it? Is there a sensitivity
don't have
analysis?
the-
We have that yet?
We don't have that.
Year to date?
We don't have that right now, and also, as you can tell, this is based on the measurement date as of June 30, 2017.
I know that, yeah.
So I believe CalPERS should have the evaluation report for June 30, 2018 coming out pretty soon. So at that time, and also your rate plan is a cost-sharing plan. So basically, there's a lot of calculation to determine this number.
And what majority is, or what percent of cities are doing a 115 trust rate stabilization fund?
I don't know about the percentage, but I have a lot of cities or agencies, because currently we are auditing about like 40 cities and 35 other special districts, and half of them they are talking about it, and then maybe a quarter they actually did fund to 115 trusts.
And would you, I'm just asking this generally, would you say one of our biggest concerns as a city council regarding the financial statements would be the pension liability and the potential for the discount rate actually being much less than currently is being recommended by the board,
Yep.
CalPERS board?
Yeah, those because the discount rate, being used is actually impacting your contribution. And because of this discount rate drop from 7.65 to 7.15, you are experiencing significant amount of contribution in the next 5 years. So by the year 2025, you probably will hit at peak. So whatever that you pay now is going to be double.
Yeah. Say that again.
Going to be double.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that comment. The page 10, your slide number 19, the OPEB liability. I appreciate the sensitivity analysis. That number is iffy.
It's a little
It's
iffy.
a little iffy if I'm not incorrect in
Yep.
terms of the actual actuary that does this versus.
Well, let me put it this way. The actuary that the city hire is not one of our favorite actuary that we like to work with. He actually did come up a very different position compared to other actuaries. So that's why it's really important for you to know that this actuary have a position where he determined the implicit rate subsidy, which is irrelevant into calculating the OPEB liability. One of the things, if you are in the PIMCA plan, which is the CalPERS health plan, the current employee is paying the same rate as the retiree. That means the current active employees is subsidizing the retiree cost, because the older you get, the higher health cost that you need to pay. But since PIMCA plan there is flat rate, so but he come up with a very finding a loophole in the standard that we see, and we basically will accept the report. That's why we want to bring to your attention that if the city decide to change to a different actuary next year, the number is going to change a little bit because of the implicit subsidy that was not being accounted for in your current valuation. And that is one of the reasons why I want to bring it up to your attention. But based on the numbers that I see so far, the impact will be probably less than $1 million for the differences. So okay. I'm not too worried, and also this number is the implicit rate subsidy is more of a non-cash item, and then also at the same time this is really like an estimate. So right. That's why our firm position, the whole entire CPA community, we do come up with a solution, kind of like, you know what, we accept this for this current year, and probably let the boards know our concern.
Got it. Thank you for reaffirming that. My last comment or question would be on the audit results. Would you say that moving from your last 2 audits or 3 audits, and with the significant number of material and substantial findings, that this is one heck of an improvement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want to hear you say that loudly.
Very loudly, because kudos to your team, because they spend significant amount of time. I know you have a very limited resource in your finance team, but there's a lot of work, not only like dealing with the audit, dealing with the budget, but also there's a lot of policy to write. So that's why we understand that it takes time and not necessary to clean it all up. But within my last couple of years being here, every year, like this year is the biggest improvement that I've seen.
Thank you for highlighting that. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
With that, sir, thank you. I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody interested in? Seeing no interest in that, I'll close public comment. This is a council receive and provide feedback. Any further feedback anybody would like to provide? I'll open it up now.
Well, I just wanted to thank the team. This is really, the tremendous improvement is just so much appreciated, and we know how much work you've put into it, and so all of us are very grateful. And just to see that you've addressed those deficiencies and all the policies you've written, we are really totally impressed. And I also want to just mention, for the benefit of the public, that just to see how much you have increased the fund balance over the years. And it's been significant every year. And that's the money we need for a rainy day. And we are really in a very good position. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I want to thank you for the transparency that you have brought to our budget, presenting it to the public, putting it on the website so everybody can see every transaction. That has helped a lot, I think, during a contentious public works process to restore a good deal of trust in city government. And so we appreciate you doing that.
Councilmember Addis.
Yeah, I want to thank the finance department as well. I remember hearing the audit report on CFAC and wondering, like, okay, we got an audit report, it doesn't sound good, and wondering if anything would actually happen, because I'd heard maybe in the past there wasn't a lot of movement in areas that needed, and so it's really obvious how much work has been put into improving the situation, and I appreciate all the time and effort that that's taken.
Jeff, did I miss you? I'm sorry. Did I look far right? Is there? Okay, great. Thanks. I too, I actually headed a number of organizations and received audits, and this is one of the greatest movements that I've seen in my career with regard to this team and what you have done. And I'm just going to echo 10 times what everybody has said here. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your diligence. Thank you for the time that you put in and all of the progress that you have made in making us feel comfortable, not only as a community but as city council, in what we see and the improvement in our position. Secondarily, I want to thank Barbara Spagnola, who's in the audience, and her team. Thanks to CFAC for their review as well. We very much appreciate our finance committee. I do want to make one comment about the pension liability. I'm not so rosy with regard to the financial condition of the city. Because of that, I think there's some work we're going to have to do this next year. I think it's been well noted by our audit team as well as our staff, and that's something that I think we'll need to pay particular attention to. So with that, I'll just say thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, and move on. That ends item C2. We'll move to item C3. Discuss and provide direction on rate setting for our cannabis tax in Voter Chapter 3.7. This is from our city attorney. Chris, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Council is being asked tonight to provide direction on tax rates for cannabis, and specifically to provide rate setting for tax collection, penalty, and interest. As a matter of background, the Morro Bay commercial cannabis tax was approved by the voters, which is a requirement for local taxes. And it's estimated under the currently authorized 2 medical dispensaries to generate anywhere from $25,000 to $225,000 in revenue for the city. And of course, the city also right now is only allowing 2 medical dispensaries. And the voters approved this tax back on November 6, 2018. And what the voters approved were basically maximum rates. They approved up to 10% of the gross receipts of the businesses. They also approved up to $25 per square foot for cultivation. They approved up to 25% of the amount of the tax owed if it's not paid on time, a penalty, and up to 10% interest for taxes that aren't paid. Now, with the voter approval of those rates, council can set them lower. If they set them lower tonight, they can certainly readjust the rates later, now that the voters have approved these maximum rates. The Morro Bay Council Cannabis Subcommittee met in January, which includes Mayor Pro Tem Robert Davis and Councilmember Marlis McPherson. Met with City Manager Scott Collins, Finance Director Jen Calloway, Community Development Director Scott Graham, and myself, City Attorney Chris Newmeyer, to discuss recommendations to the City Council on what to set these rates at. And factors that were considered included both commercial competitiveness for the businesses and also generating reasonable revenue for the city. And the recommendation from the Cannabis Subcommittee is to set the commercial cannabis operation tax rate at 5% of proceeds, keeping in mind that the voters approved up to 10%. Right now, to basically table the commercial cannabis cultivation tax, because cultivation commercially is not allowed in the city. Set the penalty rate at the maximum of 25% for late payment of taxes, and to set the interest rate for late payment of taxes at 10%, and to affirm that that is monthly on the principal of the unpaid tax. And to put this in context, there are some samples from other cities in the region on their current commercial cannabis tax rates. Grover Beach, May 2018, has approved a 5% retail tax. City of Santa Barbara, January 2018, approved 5%. City of San Luis Obispo, November 2018, approved a 4% tax with a 2% annual increase until it reaches 10%. Coalinga has a 10% tax, and Atascadero has a 10% tax. So council is being asked tonight to consider the recommendations of the Morro Bay Council Cannabis Subcommittee on setting these rates. And if council provides direction on either accepting these rates to come back for approval in a resolution, or wants further information, or would like to set different rates, staff is awaiting direction. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to, if possible, just hear from our subcommittee members before we ask questions, and if I could just get a brief report, if you have anything to add to the staff report, Councilmember Davis and McPherson, who are on our subcommittee. Anything to add to the...
Not really. I think Chris covered it. We did try to think about how we need to be competitive. We don't want to charge more than other places charge, and so that's why it was really important. And he did provide us with the comparisons, and they were very helpful. And we did talk about the penalties and modified them somewhat, especially the interest rate. But it seemed fair and reasonable and comparable to other cities. So that's how we got there.
Okay. Councilmember Davis. Anything?
Yes. In November, I talked to Jeff Lee, mayor of Grover Beach, about their tax rate, and he said that originally they started with a 10% of gross sales in 2016, and they found that was not working well, and so they dropped it to 5%, and they also added adult use, and so they're very happy with that. And then in December, I interviewed two applicants for business licenses, Megan Sousa and Nick Andre. Nick's here tonight, and asked their opinion, and Megan's concern was she did not want Morro Bay's rate to be higher than San Luis Obispo. She felt that San Luis Obispo was a competitor. Nick wasn't quite so sure at that time, but in the meantime, Megan texted me today, and she said she thought 5% was good. So,
good. Thank you. So I'll open it up for general council questions. Councilmember Heller, any questions?
I don't have any questions, really, but I want to thank the two council members who have dug into this and done the homework on this. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a couple questions. Yes, I do. First one is for Scott. I just wanted to know where we are at in the application process, and when might the dispensaries be up and running in Morro Bay? I know it's been a while, so I'm just curious to know where you're at.
Is working? There we go. Yes, so we are in the process of vetting the applications. We have 7 applicants. I think I've mentioned that in the past. We've hired a firm to do the initial evaluations, HDL. They've completed the first round and provided deficiencies to all applicants, and then all applicants resubmitted their applications. to address those deficiencies. And we were working through rating the applications. And as part of that process, I raised several questions to the tune of about 5 pages worth of commentary that I sent to HDL, basically saying you need to justify the work that you're giving me, because there's going to be questions asked based on the ratings, and the idea be that you have to score at least 80% to move on to round 2. Round 2 would be moving it on to the department head group to make the decisions, the department head group being police chief, fire chief, and finance director, along with assistance from city attorney and myself. But they would be the ones making the recommendation on to the city manager. And so I'm waiting to hear back from them. I gave them that letter a couple of weeks ago, and they acknowledged receipt and said they'd be getting something back to me here in the next, few days. So.
And do you intend to interview the top applicants, or?
So any of those that move through to the next round, that is the intent, is that we would set up an interview process, that they'd be able to give a little bit of a presentation about who they are, what they are, and how they do business, and then just like any other interview process, there'd be questions that are asked, and then we go from that standpoint, and then it'll be kind of up to the department head group what they want to do next. I know there's a desire, at least on the part of the police chief and fire chief, to for those applicants that have operating facilities elsewhere to maybe visit some of those, and then maybe have interactions with their counterparts in those jurisdictions, which makes sense from that standpoint, as how you would go about any vetting of, say, somebody for a job. I mean, it's similar to that. So that's how it's going to look. I don't have a great feel for the timeline, because you're talking about department heads in a city that's fairly stretched for resources and time. So I could imagine it's not going to be fast once we get to that point. And made the applications available to our department head group, and so some of them have been looking at them. I don't know if all of them have at this point.
Okay. And the next question, I think, is for you, Chris. I believe I've read that there's a possibility that the state tax may be reduced. Is that accurate?
There has been discussion in Sacramento on a number of bills that have been introduced to lower the state tax. It has not happened yet, but that is certainly possible that could happen.
Okay. And what are the implications of the ruling that just came out that basically any licensed facility can deliver recreational marijuana anywhere in the state? Is that correct?
That is correct. The Bureau of Cannabis Control just issued their final regulations for statewide cannabis commercial activity. And one of the rules says that cannabis deliveries that lawfully originate from a city that have a state license and a local license in that city, they can make deliveries anywhere in the state. And so the implications for Morro Bay and for many cities is that local laws that prohibit either medical or adult use deliveries into the city are now preempted by state law. To be clear, Morro Bay's local law right now, section 5.50.140, allows medical deliveries and prohibits adult use deliveries. The prohibition on adult use deliveries is now preempted by state law.
And what do you see as the implication then for our brick and mortar dispensaries?
Well, at present, the city is only allowing medical dispensaries, and so the city also has been allowing medical deliveries. So I don't necessarily see an impact on the medical business because the medical deliveries are already allowed. But as of that state law regulation being issued, the enforcement of a local prohibition on adult use deliveries is now preempted. And so if and when the city were to allow adult use dispensaries, it would simply be allowing brick and mortar stores to operate and provide a business transaction that is legal in the city now anyways, through deliveries.
All right. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Any questions, Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Addis.
Maybe this is for Scott. Are this how I haven't followed well the communication plan around the dispensaries, and so I'm wondering if how the schools have been included in the discussion. And of particular concern to me is students who are 18 and seniors and able to leave campus and have gotten a medical card somewhere, and so head to the dispensaries at lunch when they don't have after-school activities. And so how we're communicating with the high school once the dispensaries open, and how, so then the principals can get information out to parents about what's happening in the community.
Well, I don't know if there's any particular communication plan in place at this point. The schools are aware of it. It was passed through voter initiative twice now. So I don't. There's not a surprise to them. They're aware that it's happening. We haven't had any particular request on their part to do anything beyond implementing the ordinance that we have in place. Council hasn't provided a direction for us to do anything other than what we're doing right now.
What would you need from council then, as a high school parent, as well as a council
Specific direction as to what you would like us to do.
So let me just interject and focus the discussion on the agenda item, which is to provide direction on rate setting. And I think as we come back with criteria for approval, that's the appropriate time for that discussion, and it's a very important discussion to have. But if I could just focus this on the rate and that. So, did you have any further questions? Yeah. One question I had, maybe for the team, the cannabis team on council and or staff. I noticed that San Luis Obispo had an escalator, and did you discuss that? And why was that not a consideration for Morro Bay? In other words, they're starting with 4% with a 2% annual increase that sets in until they reach 10%, and we're going with just a standard rate. Just wondered if you had a discussion about that.
We did not consider that, and I don't think we even knew about it at the time that we met. Because the San Luis Obispo situation is pretty new. And from the information that Chris has given us, the comparables, they're an outlier. So,
and we can change it at any time we want. So to put it in law that you're going to increase it, you can always increase it if you want to. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I could, to be clear, that was just approved at the November election in San Luis Obispo, and that's what their tax, as approved by the voters, is set at. So if their council did nothing, as in like we're doing tonight, then that's just what kicks in.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's much clearer then. Appreciate that. I have no further questions. With that, I will open it up to public comment. Opening it for public comment. And we do have public comment. Welcome. If you feel comfortable, state your name. If not, not a problem.
I will more than state my name. Hi, my name's Sean Donahoe, and thank you for your attention to this subject, for bringing taxed and regulated cannabis to Morro Bay. I wish to speak tonight in favor of the staff recommendation and how we can help inject economic vitality into the city. My name is Sean Donahoe, and myself and my partners Michael Joseph and Rick Browse are the owners and operators of Slow Retail Group LLC, and we're one of the applicants for a medical storefront. My personal background is as an academic and as a consultant. I've worked for a lot of years in various economic development roles, including for a municipal advisory firm where I've obtained tens of millions of dollars for local districts. I've worked in D.C. for the Department of Commerce and in Russia for the World Bank, and received my first federal security clearance at age 21. My master's in science is from the London School of Economics, and I have an unfinished PhD dissertation in anti-money laundering activities and intelligence studies. The other principals of Slow Retail Group have lengthy non-cannabis commercial and retail experience in heavily regulated industries, creating dozens of jobs and millions of dollars in economic development. My partner Michael has operated commercial fishing operations here in town, as well as all over the world, and currently operates his commercial cattle ranch up in Santa Margarita, in addition to several cannabis businesses. My other partner, Rick Browse, works currently at the Mortgage House in San Luis Obispo and has provided home financing for local families for a generation. In terms of cannabis qualifications, I've worked extensively in our state and national capitals for the last 6 years. founded, so I know something about chambers of commerce. I talked to Erica earlier. I've served as the founding deputy director of the State Trade Association for the last several years, served as this trade association's legislative committee member, as well as our National Trade Association State Regulatory Committee. I think in large part because of our group's professionalism, after successfully clearing federal and state criminal background checks, Slow Retail Group LLC received the first cannabis business license issued by the county for our delivery service. Our group has a medical advisory and community affairs advisory board filled with doctors and community leaders. Operating in tandem with Michael's other businesses, we are also the only group in the county fully licensed with cultivation, distribution, and retail licenses. I would note that while other applicants have other cannabis business interests, out of the local applicants, we are the only group that have gone fully through the land use permitting process. Lastly, thanks to our effort, we have also brought the first analytical testing laboratory to the area, which will be opening soon out on Highway 41. Hope that I have tooted my own horn a little bit, as well as that of our group, as well as provided an idea of what type of businesses you may be taxing in the future. While you may not have heard of us yet, we've been meticulously preparing for our primary retail location here in Morro Bay with a thoroughly compliant, vertically integrated cannabis operation ready from day one to provide locally sourced craft cannabis and cannabis products, as well as access to specialized products from my statewide network of contacts. I remain available for questions. I have a couple comments on AB 286 is the one bill that would alter from 15% down to 11% the excise tax.
Thank you.
And those funds can be used for drug treatment programs.
Appreciate
so
it.
It comes straight from the taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Indeed. If you're comfortable, state your name. If not, no problem.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Nick Andre, speaking today on behalf of Natural Healing Center in Grover Beach. I first want to thank Councilman Davis and Councilmember McPherson and all of city staff for your hard work on this cannabis ordinance and working out these tax rates. As you know, we operate a cannabis dispensary in Grover Beach where the tax is 5%. The 5% tax seems reasonable to us on our side and seems to be raising a significant amount of money for the city of Grover Beach. So we feel that the 5% rate here is a good idea, and we support staff's recommendation. It's important to balance the competitiveness, as was stated before, and not raising the tax too high. Setting it just slightly above other cities, I think, would be okay, but you go too high, you might start to lose business to other cities. So something to consider in the future if you ever do consider increases. The city, though, should look into how you're going to actually accept the money. That's a big piece of it. In Grover Beach, the city did negotiate with a bank to take cash from those dispensaries that chose to pay in cash. Because not all dispensaries have banking relationships. The situation is fluid at the federal level. So I recommend reaching out to your counterparts in Grover Beach to see how they did that, because we do actually deliver cash to a bank directly, and it goes right into their account. So definitely something to look at. And then one other thing, just to address Don Addis's comments, we'd be happy to engage with the city and the school districts to put in some kind of restrictions or some kind of program to prevent teenagers from leaving school and purchasing product during school hours if we were selected as one of the applicants. So again, I thank you for all your hard work. Look forward to continuing in the process and to continuing the discussion that we've all been having. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back. Looking for just general direction, not a motion or direct recommendation. So in discussion, if you can comment on your thoughts with regard to the issue of collection percentage, penalty, and interest. And so who would like to start us off?
Well, I would like to follow the recommendations that were made by the Cannabis Subcommittee for 5% operations tax and the penalty for late payment at 25% and interest rate for late payment at 10%.
Figured you might say something along those lines. Thanks.
I, of course, have to agree with my fellow subcommittee member.
Okay. Got that. Any other comments?
I'm in agreement with
You're in
that,
agreement?
and I appreciate the work of the subcommittee.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Heller, any comments? No comments. And I also am in agreement and appreciate the work of the subcommittee and staff and everyone involved. I would state to our interim momentary city manager assistant here that this is a revenue opportunity and time is of the essence. I know that staff is extremely busy and there's a tremendous amount of vetting, but the sooner that this moves forward, the more quickly we realize revenues, and that's, I think, very important right now given our previous speaker on our audit. So with that, do you have enough direction and where we're set?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
May I add one
Absolutely.
comment?
Yes, you may.
The delivery of adult use cannabis is already legal in Morro Bay by state law. I would like to mention that the city of Grover Beach, which is taxing at 5% of gross sales on medical and adult use, expects to receive $750,000 in tax revenue this year.
Thank you. Okay. All right, with that, we will move to item C4. Ms. Callaway.
Thank you. This is a little bit out of order from what we had proposed for our financial and accounting policies. This is the community grant policy, and we brought this forward now as internally we're gearing up for the budget cycle and the fiscal year 1920 proposed budget, and this has an impact on one of the line items in that budget, which is the council bequest. So this is specifically addressing the grant or the pool of money that the council has each year that is awarded to local nonprofits, typically for community type services. There's not really a defined process in place at the moment. What staff has been doing the last 2 years, I believe, is sending letters to past recipients saying, we're in the budget cycle, did you want to request something? We get those letters back. We get some follow-up either mid-year or at the end of the year, but it's not certainly consistent in terms of reporting back of how that money is being spent, and guidance and information for the council to base future allocations on. So we did a survey of other cities in California, what their policies were, if they had one. We didn't get a great response, but we did get several of them, and then drafted the policy, the application, the report back, and the agreement for that. Based on that feedback, we tried to consolidate and simplify it to some extent to make it not quite so burdensome on the local nonprofits. Our grant awards or bequests are rather small, so we do recognize that, and thought that by providing an application and a report format back, it would maybe be a little bit easier for them to just fill in the blanks, and also provide some structure as the information that the council's receiving on how that money is being used and spent within your community, and what you're getting for that request or bequest that you're making. A couple of things to note. And highlighted in the staff report is Community Resource Connection. That's typically been awarded $1,000 in this line item. We're pulling that out, and that really is a volunteer service under the city. So in the 1920 budget, you'll see that as a line item outside of this bequest process. The other one is the Monday night dinners here at the Vets Hall. We don't write a check to that organization to provide those services. We waive fees for that. And in our view, that's more of a partnership policy rather than a grant. So we also wouldn't have that come forward under this kind of application process should the council approve it tonight. Again, just for a little bit of context, it's about $16,500 was the bequest amount for the current fiscal year. Per the policy, we would come back and let council know how much is available to be allocated out, and then you would have the applications in front of you with how that money would be spent and what you'd like to allocate, for whatever's being requested. But happy to take comment and feedback and direction as necessary.
Thank you. So I'll open it up for council questions. Looking to my left or right. Anybody? No? No?
Well, I believe, and I had the, excuse me. Thank you.
You weren't on there.
I think it would be very helpful for the new council members to know who we've given this money to in the past, because when I looked at this list, it includes some very disparate organizations, and they all seem to be county organizations, and so it's helpful to know it only applies to this little pot of money that the council has discretion over. So that's my first question, if you could just give us a little background on who's received it.
Sure. So this year the amount, again, was $16,500. Economic Vitality Corporation was awarded $10,000. SCORE receives $500. Home Share Slow receives $5,000. And Community Resources receives $1,000 under this year's program. As proposed, the Community Resource Connection would not be included and would just be a line item.
Okay. And did you, in this process, look at how we give away other monies? Because I know that one of the purposes here is to provide some consistency across. If we give monies, we want accountability, and we want to know that they spent the money for what they said they were going to spend it for. So we do have other programs where we give grants, and this would not apply to those. So what are those other ones?
Well, the TBID fund gives grants in the sense that they write a check to an agency or an organization to put on an event or whatever. The tree lighting, for example, is one piece of that. They do have a separate application process. This is not part of that process and is different from whatever reporting requirements they may have. The other would be a partnership-like policy, and that would be, the example would be the Vets Hall Monday Nights Dinners, where it's not considered a grant in the sense that we don't write a check for that, but we waive a service or we waive a fee. And that's a policy that we're planning to come back with later in the year, hopefully, to give some guidance and reference about that. But we viewed those as two different scenarios.
And how about the Adopt-A thing? Where do we also give money there to direct to
We do give money to that. The council previously approved a process for that under a separate policy, and that is a separate line item. So there's a $5,000 line item in this year's budget specifically devoted to that.
And would it be possible for us, if we wanted to spend a little bit more time working on this policy, to actually just have you come to us during the budget time and tell us how much money you think we have to spend on these community grants? And we could later then have a process to award the money. We don't have to specify in the budget how much we're giving to each organization, is, I guess, my question.
You do not. I would suggest if we don't do a policy fairly soon that we would probably want to do that and put a placeholder in the budget, and that way we can get, it's important to have some kind of agreement with the agencies we're going to award money to in terms of liability, indemnification. So I think we want to get something in place before you choose to do that, but it does not have to be before budget. We can do it after and just leave whatever dollar amount there for you.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none, open it for public comment. Looking around, seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council. I'll entertain a motion if there's a motion.
I have a motion.
Okay, Councilmember McPherson.
All right. I move that we send the proposed community grants policy back to the staff to make some needed changes, in my opinion, and then bring it back to council at a subsequent meeting.
Did you want to
I will
specify?
I will.
Yeah, just for the motion if you'd like. Okay, I'll second that and then.
Yes, yeah. First of all, I thank you for addressing the issue. It's been a concern of mine each successive year because I couldn't figure out where it was a letter that came and we just approved the donations. So I support having a policy, and I think this is a good first start, but I just don't think it's ready, and I'm going to give you some of my reasons. First of all, I don't believe that we have clarified the purpose of this pot of money, and it contains very disparate organizations, some that are economic development and some that are social service, and the grant application and the required documentation seem very oriented toward just a social service agency that actually provides services to clients. So I don't see how the Economic Development Corporation, for example, would manage to address this grant application. I also think that if we're giving money, and TBID is a very good example, but so is the Adopt-A-Thing, that those requirements should be similar across. Not that the application itself needs to be the same, but we should get the same kind of background information so that we know the organization is legitimate, we know it has a 501c3, we know they tell us exactly what they want to do, they tell us what the benefit's going to be to the community, and that we have some process then for holding them accountable at the end so that we know they spent the money the way they said they did, and exactly how much benefit we received, how many people they may have treated if it is a social service agency, but we need to know exactly how it benefited the community of Morro Bay. And I believe that what you've got here right now as the application itself is too complicated for some of these small organizations that really don't have the resources to put together a full-blown grant application that includes a lot of data collected after the fact on their clients and how many they've served. I would rather see a more simple application that gives those key things and that we could also use for TBID, because I think that we don't hold those folks accountable. I know because I was on the Bird Festival, and I know what I had to do at the end. So I just think we need a little more work on this policy, so I would like to see a purpose, what we intend this community grants for, and I'd like to know how we're going to advertise this to community organizations in Morro Bay, not just county-wide organizations. I'd like to see a more simplified application, at least in the requirements for the data that they have to keep, and one that's more general and would apply to a variety of organizations. I do appreciate the work that's been done, and I appreciate the kinds of organizations that you suggested should be considered for this money. I think that's a very good start, and so that's my rationale for why I would like to bring it back.
Is everybody clear on the motion, by the way? I want to make sure you're okay. Further discussion? Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to agree with Marlis, but I wonder if it is not up to us to define the purpose at the time that we send this back to staff.
I think I fully agree that we should define the purpose.
Okay. Councilmember Addis, any comments?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Heller? No comments. Okay. I agree with the motion and what I captured. Well, I'm going to ask you, Madam Clerk, to read the motion back, and then I'm going to capture some of the recommended potential looks for changes, some of the changes that were recommended. So,
the motion is Councilmember McPherson moved we send the proposed community grants policy back to staff to make needed changes and then bring back to council at a subsequent meeting.
Okay. And you didn't specify a timeline, did you?
I did not, but I was, as I mentioned, if it can't be done quickly before the budget process, we could put a placeholder in the budget for the total sum of money and then later approve the policy and receive the grants.
Let me just kind of test the temperature of staff about bringing it back with the statements I'm about to make, potentially before the budgetary cycle. Is that? And I'll read what I captured. The purpose is not clear. There are disparate organizations, and it should be uniform in terms of the stated purpose across those organizations. The requirement should be the same across other grant programs. The requirements should be for the benefit of the community, and the analysis is too complicated in terms of the reporting mechanism that they're asked to complete after the end of the grant period, and the general application is too complicated and should be simplified. And then Councilmember Davis indicated that he agreed that it's up to council to state the purpose or clarify the purpose of the
And
policy.
I have a stab at the purpose.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second with some clarity and direction for staff. Can I go ahead and call for a roll call vote on that, and then if there's another motion associated with it, we can do an add-on? Is that everybody cool with that? Okay.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
And Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, Councilmember McPherson.
Okay, here's my first attempt. The purpose, this is discretionary money allocated to the council for making monetary grants to community nonprofit organizations that provide a direct benefit to the city and/or provide needed social services to City of Morro Bay residents.
Is that a motion? You're moving that be the purpose?
You can discuss it.
You can make a motion.
Okay,
and then
I'll make a motion that we have that as the purpose of the community grants program.
And I'll second. Oh, we have a second? We have a motion by Councilmember McPherson, second by Councilmember Davis. Any discussion?
Could I just hear it again?
Sure. Absolutely.
This is discretionary money allocated to the council, to the city council, for making monetary grants to community nonprofit organizations that provide a direct benefit to the city and/or provide needed social services to City of Morro Bay residents. And I said a direct benefit because we have in here some cultural and arts organizations that could qualify for this money.
I just was wondering about saying social services. To me, it denotes a certain kind of service. If there's a way to broaden that to include, because of what you just said about including arts and other kind of, if it's a like community benefit.
Services that
That's why I
benefit
said
the community.
provide a direct benefit to the city.
I just don't know if, I don't want to die on this hill, but I'm not sure about social services.
That we could just say,
You could leave social off, is that?
and provide services to City of Morro Bay residents. Leave social, just services. To,
It does have a connotation to it when you talk about social services, so.
Take social out.
Or provide community benefit.
I say that.
Yes, she did.
I said.
Read it back. Why don't you, let's see, you want to withdraw your first and with second, and I'll withdraw my second, and then you could restate the motion.
Sorry, I don't know if these were, I don't know if providing arts is providing a service. It is providing community benefits. I just don't know that it's providing a service. That's my concern about saying social or service.
Got it.
Okay, I'll read it again because I do initially say direct benefit to the city and.
Go ahead.
Okay. The purpose of the community grants program. It's discretionary money allocated to the City Council for making monetary grants to community nonprofit organizations to provide a direct benefit to the city or provide services to City of Morro Bay residents.
And you left out the social this time. Okay, so do you want to withdraw your initial motion and then make that as a motion?
I thought I just did that.
Well, I'll just, do we need to go through the formal withdrawal mechanism?
It might be simpler. Councilmember Addis could just amend the motion and you all agree on that.
There you go.
All right.
You want to accept that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Addis? Yes? Okay. Is there a second to that?
Yes.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote? first, and a friendly amendment. So we had the
amended
motion.
was by Councilmember Addis and the second by Councilmember
Councilmember Davis.
Davis, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I was trying to catch all the
That's
wording.
okay.
Sorry about that.
I'll give you the wording.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Addis.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Heller.
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson.
Yes.
And Mayor Heading.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Jen, for your work on that, and I appreciate your recommendations and your concern about standardizing this across the board. With that will...
Can I just ask one point
absolutely.
of clarification? If
Yes.
this is meant to encompass the TBID grants, do you want this brought back to the TBID board before it comes to council? That'll just dictate our timing.
Yeah, I believe it should be passed through the TBID board, absolutely. Seeing head shakes, yeah. Not this policy, but we're talking about a standardization in the format. Yeah. just a
Certainly that they have the same requirements as this granting, so that they also have to show that
Same
they are
kinds
legal.
of reporting.
Yeah, right. And the same
Application
kind of
and
reporting requirements. Yeah.
They do that now.
In a different way, yes.
In a very different way.
Yes, you are correct. You are correct. Are we clear, Jen? Good. All right. With that, we'll move to item C5, Harbor Management Lease Policy Update. Welcome. Eric, thanks for staying so late this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Heading. I'm pleased to see we've once again saved the best for last.
Did I hear that correctly?
You did.
Okay.
So tonight we're here to give you an update on the progress of the Harbor Department Lease Management Policy Update. With the group that we've put together, haven't quite come up with a good catchy acronym for our group yet. It's either the LPUG or the LMPG. We're still working on coming up with a good name for it. So tonight, you're looking for a recommendation, just received the update. We've got a couple things for you to look at and assess whether we're going in the right direction and give us any input that you may deem necessary. Fiscal impacts, there are none. Back in November on the 13th, Council provided staff input on the update, timeline, and process facilitation that we brought. Coming out of that, we updated the timeline, carried it on a little further. We were pretty short with the timeline that we originally proposed, as you recall. So we extended that out into the springtime and then looked towards a facilitator to help us along with the process, knowing that staff is quite burdened with what we're already doing. And out of that came Marty Lomelli, our interim city manager of a bit ago, and he's been great helping us out with that process. We've established our group. They consist of, again, Marty is our facilitator, Sharice Hansen representing the Harbor Advisory Boards. He's also a master leaseholder at the Off the Hook site. Mark Blackford, he's a new member of the Harbor Advisory Board as well. Smith Held, he's one of our master tenants, been on the waterfront for probably a couple decades now. He currently has the Harbor Center. Bob Fowler is a master tenant at Morro Bay Landing, been around maybe 5 years now. Joan Solu, resident, former hotelier and former TBID chair, Erica Crawford from the Chamber, and myself and Lori Stiltz representing Harbor Department staff. I've got Scott Graham on call. He's basically as needed as when we have to deal with community development type things, and others we will tap as applicable and as we discover we need help with some outside professional help. The group has met formally 3 times since formation. We've got a group meeting again tomorrow. 2 subgroups have formed right now to tackle 2 areas that I'll get into a little bit later. We've created a draft vision statement as attachment 1 to your staff report and a draft policy content outline as attachment 2. That content outline, it's not in any particular order. It's pretty much what I guess call a mind dump. It's just all thrown onto a page in outline form, so those will all be all the things that we'll be tackling. We're going to have ample opportunity in the future for council input on draft documents as they're created. As we develop this process, we'll see how it comes along in terms of what we'll bring to the council and when. Tonight, staff are primarily seeking council input on the draft policy content outline. In other words, does it hit all the topics and areas that we want it to hit? We've decided the group is going to be taking the outline, the numbered items in the outline, and in a sectional form with subgroups forming and doing out research and providing recommended content, and then staff writing the policy and bringing that policy back to the overall group for content before moving on to the next section. And the sections we're tackling right now are sections 4 and 5. Council liaison input and HAB review will be taken periodically when appropriate and when necessary. Our group meets approximately every 2 weeks, and the process is working pretty well with Marty facilitating. Group's getting on its feet, and we're developing a cohesive process and kind of figuring out how this whole thing's going to work and get put together. That's about all I've got from the outline standpoint, or from the update standpoint. I've got the vision statement on the PowerPoint as well, and the outline, if you want to give me any input on that. But again, primarily what we're looking for is the outline, and are we hitting all the things we want to hit on, and any kind of input you want to give on those as we move along. That's it.
That's it. Quick. Thank you. Thank you for that, Eric. I appreciate that. I'll open it up for council questions. Yes, Councilmember Heller.
So, Mr. Endersby, I'm confused about Measure D. And I hear a lot that it's been misapplied or applied depending on how the wind blows or whatever. Can you explain to me what's going on with Measure D and what your vision statement plans to do here with that?
Measure D is a citizen enacted initiative from 1986 or 1987 that addressed the city water leases, or the city leases from Beach Street north, primarily Great American Fish Company, Harbor Hut, and everything north. It was enacted to protect and preserve the commercial fishing activities and facilities that were in place at the time. In the 70s and into the early 80s, there's a pretty big push along the waterfront as things were changing from sort of working waterfront servicing type facilities, fish markets, and there were machine shops or all sorts of things along the waterfront, and leases were changing to restaurant retail and those sorts of uses. And so commercial fishing interests back then formed a group and formed an initiative to put on the ballot to get that passed, and so that got passed. And so Measure D is enacted. It's about a one-paragraph measure that basically says the existing non-conforming, non-fishing uses can stay, but they can never expand or enlarge. And the only new things that can be put in place in the Measure D area are those things that primarily that are there primarily for the purposes of commercial fishing or non-commercial recreational fishing.
Right, so there's a new building under construction, I believe that's a restaurant on the top with retail below that's under construction now.
Correct, and so...
Am I missing something here?
No, so before I get to that, in the GPLCP process, the subcommittee of the Harbor Advisory Board and Planning Commission got together and attempted to get some clarifying language together that they could agree upon to put into the GPLCP to try and help the city define and manage Measure D. Because the big question always is, what does primarily for the purposes of mean? There really is no definition, and there's nothing to go by other than what past precedent has been. The existing redevelopment that is occurring at Morro Bay Landing, it used to be Verges Landing, that went through the full Planning Commission and City Council approval process, and Measure D was applied. There was non-compliant use there before that carried across into the new building, but that facility is primarily of Sportfish Landing. It's not Verges Landing anymore. It's Patriot Sport Fishing that's operating out of there now.
Okay, well, that's a start. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions?
I just wanted to know exactly what kind of research you're doing. I know that you're looking into other lease policies, but are you also consulting, for example, some bankers and real estate developers and people that might be able to provide some input on some of these issues that are on the agenda?
Yes,
on
we
your
intend to do
outline?
that. That's the list of participants is the others that we will be consulting for that. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And what is your current estimate for when you might be finished?
If I give you something, I'll probably just blow right past it. So,
all right.
Our original, I believe, was April, if I'm recalling correctly. I'm thinking we're probably going to go beyond that, just because this is an important document. There's a lot of moving parts in it, and we need to do it right. And if that takes a little more time to do, I think we should take the time and do it right.
I do too. Okay, thanks.
Okay. No further questions. I'll open it up for public comment. Looking deeply into the audience at this time, seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment. And maybe I'll start with discussion. You're asking for input on what appears to me to be a number of areas that lack content. So I'm not personally not quite sure specifically with regard to this if you're specifically looking for guidance that would allow you to further quantify for us what you mean by this and then bring back sections that would be further defined. Is this kind of the outline? And we're, I guess that's a question, but my comment is I'm not clear. Maybe you could help clarify that.
Sure. So really just looking for input on the outline. There's no content there yet because we have not inserted the content. We're starting with the existing policy and using what we're going to use from that and then putting it in. So on all the sections 1 through 7 or 8 or whatever's on there, 7, that's all going to get infilled, and we're going to, as we move along, we'll develop a process to which we'll figure out whether we want to bring it in sections to the council. Once we get to finished sections that look like it makes sense to bring to council to get those put to bed, put in the file, and move on to the next, or whether we take in larger or smaller chunks. So, at this point, I'm not looking for in-depth sort of input on, 6C, fair market rent. Don't look for not needing direction on that right now.
Right.
That's still being developed. Once we get to that point, we'll bring that back to you.
Okay. So my general comment is this, that having been involved in lease administration over the past year or so on a couple of leases, my comment is regarding lease administration, specifically Area 6 under fair market value rent. My personal opinion is it's too prescriptive, and that fair market rent should be identified across and not be delineated by commercial businesses versus not-profits, public benefits versus government entities. And so one of the concerns I would have is that we're getting very prescriptive with regard to this, and we should leave this as simply fair market value rent. And there will be concessions based upon community benefit and or certain community issues that come up that we'll consider as exceptions. But that's my comment with regard to this portion. In Section O, financial partnership criteria and financing, I'm just assuming based upon what you've noted there as financial capacity, reliability, history determinants, and then business qualification that this will encompass some business planning, marketing planning, pro forma analysis, et cetera, that will be further defined in that. And now I'm getting a little more prescriptive, but it's hard for me to just say, business qualification, that looks good when I don't know what it means. So my comment would be less on the fair market value rent and all the subcategories. I would just call it fair market value rent and ask the team to assess that. And I would, under business qualification, possibly add just a little more detail to that in terms of what you mean. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so noted. Thank you.
That's just input, yeah. Other comments?
Yeah, I provided some questions, I guess, to Eric that resulted in input. So I'll just talk about that a little bit because Eric has already responded. consulting with professional lease managers to help us develop our lease administration, particularly, as you say, establishing fair market rent rates. And then also exploring the possibility of having a professional manager operate our leases rather than having it done out of the harbor department. And then, again, the standards. When folks are doing major remodel projects and Eric brings the proposals to us, trying to figure out what is a fair extension compared to the level of work that's being done. And it's not just the amount of money that's being spent, but some of the taking into consideration some of the public benefit amenities of the project, such as widening sidewalks, establishing more view sheds, taking dumpsters off the Embarcadero, doing greening that results in LEED certification, adding boat slips, making contributions to improvement groups such as a harbor fund or an eelgrass planting operation. And, well, as Eric put it, developing a Pythagorean theorem that takes all the variables and then spits out the number. So those are all things that I suggested to Eric by email, and Eric has stated that he's going to incorporate those.
And those may well fit under certain categories that you have here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, affirmative.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say that my reading of the outline was that these issues could be incorporated, and so we really can't comment until we see more content at this point. To your point, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I don't know how specific you thought you might get for some of these various categories of market rent, or if you thought that should be at the discretion of whoever is negotiating. Is that what you were implying?
No, my implication is that to identify just three different groups: commercial, business, not-for-profit, public benefit, and government, as having different potential base rents, contributions, to me is inappropriate. It should be it's too prescriptive, it's too detailed. I don't think there should be those three categories. I think it should be fair market value rent, and the policy should, when it's developed, outline where concessions may be made. As an example, based on a current negotiation because of a failing seawall, there were concessions made upon future rents. That's hard to memorialize and list into a document like this, but generically I think could be a consideration.
So is it more to identify what those areas are where would that be appropriate to specify areas that we might want to make concessions on, if the following, just as a list at least?
You know, the way I look at this, Marlis, is this is an outline. I don't know what any of it means, and that's my problem. and that's no reflection on Eric. I think he's looking for, is this inclusive enough? But without further definition, I don't know what business qualification means. Do I think it's important? Absolutely. I think fair market value rent is important, but I don't think it needs to be delineated in the policy by not-for-profits, commercial businesses, and government entities.
I would agree.
Yeah. That's the point I'm making there.
I would agree.
Yeah. So I think it's a good first start. Comments that Councilmember Heller made about Measure D, I appreciate, because that does get confusing at times for many of us. That is codified and available for review. Marlis's concern about completion time, I think you've addressed. It probably will go beyond the stated time initially. And then Councilmember Davis talked about consulting with professional lease managers, professional manager to operate the leases, and public benefit amenities to include something on that. He's provided that to you. That's something that I would agree would be important to consider and would support as well. So, looking for any further input. This is just for input, no motion necessary. Eric, I want to make sure you have enough or you're clear.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. And I guess maybe if it would help some of your confusion on it is if you just take the bullet list items that are the capital letters and get rid of the sub list items. I mean, those are just draft potential areas that fall underneath those bigger categories. Are the bigger categories what we want to look at? Do we want to look at financial partnership criterion financing? Yes. Okay.
Absolutely.
Don't worry about the details under it yet. That's just the item we want to hit.
Yeah.
Just making sure we're catching everything we want to catch.
Yes.
Okay.
That helps. Thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
Any further comments on this agenda item? If not, I think you have the direction you need. I appreciate your report and your willingness to listen to us banter back and forth over these issues. And with that, if I can find my agenda, we will look to council members' declaration of potential future agenda items. Any? Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Yes, a couple of months ago, Barbara Spagnola brought us some recommendations for our advisory board procedure. And I would like to bring those back to council for discussion and possible incorporation into the handbook. And do you want to hear what they were?
Could you just refresh my memory? Yes, what the details were?
Yes. She recommended that, number one, council be very clear in explaining expectations to applicants. Number two, when we have terms of different lengths, that we specifically elect to specific terms, a person to a specific term. Number three, if we feel that we have no one qualified for the position, that we leave it vacant rather than appoint the least harmful. And number four, if we have more people qualified than we have positions, that we appoint alternates so that we can later appoint those alternates to absences without going through another application.
So this would be a look at amending the current policy based upon general information that was recommended by one of our members. And am I seeing heads nod in support for that? Yes? See that? Okay. We can support that. Other?
Agenda item?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll pass this article down. It came to my attention that Plains All-American, who's been responsible for 11 California oil spills, according to this New Times article, wants to revamp their pipeline and then bring back into operation some of the offshore platforms off the coast of Santa Barbara, and a number of cities are weighing in. And so I'd like to agendize sooner than later, or ask my colleagues' support to agendize sooner than later, bringing back some kind of resolution opposing this action. It would require trucking oil across San Luis Obispo, Kern, and Santa Barbara counties. And I know in the past, Morro Bay city councils have passed resolutions supporting keeping our coast clean. So I'm hoping to gain support of my colleagues to make a statement. San Luis Obispo County has passed, San Luis Obispo City has passed a resolution. I believe Grover is looking at passing a resolution, and another local city is looking at passing a resolution. And I'd be willing to do the research and then run that by staff so that they don't have to do the research.
Okay, clear? Everybody clear? We good? I'm good with it. Support that? Okay.
I think think
And-
it does take rapid action, though, because they're
Got
on
it.
a short timeline.
Yes, and make sure you get a copy of this too, as well. Good. Any other items? I had one. You may have seen the news report. Was it last week or week before last? The American Lung Association Grade D for Morro Bay with regard to smoking and our ordinance. There were a number of issues cited. I had received a phone call, asked to comment on the report, and we failed in a couple of areas. One had to do with some common area or public banning of smoking, and I could give you more detail, but I don't think it's necessary at this time. But there are specifics that I think we should look at to be able to tighten up our ordinance. The American Tobacco Association or the Tobacco Group will assist us in looking at our ordinance and possibly tightening it up. Included the issue of vaping, and that has become a tremendous issue of concern in the schools and for our young people, and is hugely an addictive problem. And so I'd like to look at the ordinance and bring that back for consideration and tightening that.
I'm in favor, but I'd like to point out that we do have a no vaping portion in our cannabis ordinance.
Thank you. Yeah. So we've got support for that. Do you need clarification on that?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to have a report come back with options, or would you like to have a suggested ordinance amendment brought back?
I'd like to have a suggested ordinance amendment brought back.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. To be able to get not only improvement in those issues, but improve our grade as well, which encompasses most of those issues.
Absolutely, and we can contact the American Lung Association with the recommendations.
Thank you. Good. Any other? Seeing none, we will move for adjournment. The next regular meeting will be held on Tuesday, February 26, 2019 at 6 p.m. at the Veterans Memorial Hall, located at 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. Thank you all.